redeclaring some of the candidates as the MPP. In fact, 7 of those consensus that were recollected all went in favor of the New Patriotic Party. That, according to the Supreme Court, at the time the High Court gave that order, the collation of the parliamentary results in the 4 constituencies had already been done and results declared. And therefore, it was against the rules of natural justice for the High Court to have failed to give the 4 NDC MPs hearing before giving the order. But then, beyond this Supreme Court ruling, what next? There are many who have raised questions about a legal challenge that the NDC might face going forward, because the Electoral Commission has already gazetted the results, as we're seeing, 274 out of 276 results have been gazetted, submitted to Parliament, a writ of the election submitted to the clerk to Parliament. We understand some of the MPs have already started registering for the swearing in and induction of the 9th Parliament on the dawn of January 6th to January 7th. So that's the consequential effect of this ruling yesterday also negates the entire process of these 4 persons who have been added to the 274 list that the Electoral Commission has already gazetted and submitted to Parliament. It's a conversation we'll have with the lawyers this morning. And also, we have eyes at the Electoral Commission because we've got notice today that there's going to be an IPAC meeting this morning to take a decision on the Dom Kwabenya constituency, and possibly we'll see other issues also coming up at the IPAC meeting this morning. So we're going to be live there. This is the place to be here on Key Point. We're back shortly after this quick break. My guests already trickling in. They'll join me in the studio. We'll have a conversation. My name is Alfred Okanse. Welcome to the last edition of Key Point for the year 2024. What a year has been with you. Stay with us.
Santex and Crown Paints. Excellent paint that is resistant to peeling, mold, algae, and fungus. It comes in a wide range of colors with high opacity, high spread rate, and dries fast with no afterpaint stench. Santex and Crown Paints are distributed by Bamson Company Limited. Locate us at Sickens House, Old Fatima Road, South Industrial Area, Accra, or any of our branches in Adabraka, East Legon, Tema, and Adum in Kumasi. Call or WhatsApp us on 0573839640. Santex and Crown Paint. It's not just paint, it's personal.
Colgate Herbal is formulated from a unique blend of natural herbs, scientifically proven to strengthen teeth and keep gums healthy. Try Colgate Herbal, scientifically proven for strong teeth and healthy gums. Choose natural. Choose Colgate Charcoal. This advert is FDA approved.
Every step of life's unpredictable journey. Every moment counts. That's why you need a partner you can always trust for solutions, so you can be rest assured. Having impacted over 200,000 lives, processed over 4.2 million claims, partnered with over 400 corporations, paid out over 836 million Ghana cedis in claims, contracted over 1,600 healthcare facilities nationwide, and pioneered several innovations like free medicine delivery, an interactive mobile app, and more. You'll be surprised what can be accomplished in 20 years. We're part of the Nationwide family. Are you? Nationwide Medical Insurance. 20 years of leading the way. Mentor 13. From soul-stirring sounds to electrifying beats, these aspiring stars are ready to dazzle you with their vocal prowess and stage presence. Who will rise to the occasion? Who will steal the spotlight? Set your reminders and get ready to cheer for your favorites right from the comfort of your home with Regina Van Helvet and Mauli Gavor in the driving seat. Don't miss out on a moment of the action, the drama, and the unforgettable performances that will keep you at the edge of your seat. Tune in every Sunday at 8 p.m. only on TV3. Mentor 13, the Rising Star Edition.
Mentor 13 is powered by Shaltox Lozenges.
Sponsored by
Darling Lemon Drink,
Darling XYZ Wine,
Blue Jeans Energy Drink, Enapa Foods,
Frutelli Calipo,
Obuasi Nubunawo,
electrifying music from the hottest DJs and thrilling live performances from Stoneboy, Kitty, Ketche and Samini, and all your favorite personalities under one roof, dressed to slay in all white. Ain't no party like a 3FM party, cause a 3FM party don't stop. Inviting corporate Ghana to party with staff or clientele, and calling all the girls or the boys. Whether you're getting seats or tables, get those dazzling white outfits and let's party like never before. Tables are selling fast, so don't be left out. Call 0532 200 927 or 0531 100 927. 3FM All White Party. We bring the party, you just bring the vibe. Proudly sponsored by
GCB Bank,
Frutelli Calipo, Lemfi, Slam Perfumes, and powered by 3FM, your urban lifestyle radio.
Back to Key Point on TV3. We're live on 3FM 92.7. Also on TV3 Ghana on Facebook, DSTV channel 279, all across the world on 3news.com. Now, just for the uninitiated, those of you who did not follow the happenings at the Supreme Court yesterday, this is Justice Gabriel Pomang, who was the president of the 5-member panel that delivered that 5-0 ruling, the unanimous ruling yesterday on the matter of this case that the NDC took to the Supreme Court. He gave reasons why they resorted to this particular decision. Take a look. And we'll bring that to you right now, and then also give you a clear idea of exactly how the reactions are being to this, especially from the New Patriotic Party as well, and then how the way forward is going to be in the coming days when, as was ruled yesterday, the 31st of December, which is Tuesday, would have the High Court hear this mandamus application by the New Patriotic Party. Now with the NDC giving a hearing as well, as the court ruled yesterday, especially with regards to the 4 constituencies in question. Now that's the Tema Central, Okaikwe Central, and then also Ablekuma North and the Techiman South constituency. Take a look.
On 7th of December 2024, the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th and 7th applicants contested as parliamentary candidates on the ticket of the first applicants in the following constituencies. That's a matter of record, so you'll get it. At the close of the poll on 7th December, polling station results were declared in all the above constituencies, and the election process advanced to collation of results at the constituency level in order for the winner of the parliamentary election to be determined and declared. In the case of 4 of these constituencies, the applicants contend that the collation exercise had completed and then the parliamentary electoral results were declared in their favor. In the processes before us, the first to seventh interested parties contend that the collation of results was not completed in those constituencies. It was in this state of affairs that the second to seventh interested parties filed series of applications in the High Court and prayed for orders of mandamus against the Electoral Commission, which is the first interested party herein. Their prayers were for the High Court to order the Electoral Commission to undertake collation in their constituencies and to make a declaration of the winner of the constituency election. In the meantime, the applicants herein had earlier on 16 December 2024 filed an application for judicial review against the Electoral Commission, in their case praying for declarations that there had been earlier declarations in their respective constituencies and praying for injunction to restrain the Electoral Commission from doing another collation. On 20th December 2024, the two applications were listed before the trial High Court judge for hearing. The first application called by the trial judge was that for mandamus by the interested parties herein. The Electoral Commission did not file an affidavit in opposition and stated in court that they were not opposed to the application for mandamus. However, Mr. Godwin Edwigi Tamaklo of counsel for the applicants hearing stood up in court and informed the High Court judge that his clients were interested in the mandamus application and that they had even filed a motion to be allowed to join the mandamus case. The judge decided to proceed with the determination of the mandamus application and granted all of them in favor of the applicants therein. It is those rulings dated 20th December 2024 that the applicants have invited this court to quash and to prohibit the trial judge from having anything to do with the applications. The grounds of the applications were as follows. I've listed them in accordance with the motion paper. The interested parties filed affidavits in opposition with exhibits as well as statements of case in which they argued in answer to the case of the applicants. Before the courts could hear the application, counsel for the second to seventh interested party raised a preliminary objection and pointed out that the rules require that at the filing of the application for certiorari, the ruling which is sought to be quashed should be attached, but that was not done. The court indicated that the application should proceed and that in the final ruling would answer the charge. Our conclusion was informed by the fact that there was an explanation in the affidavit as to why the ruling was not attached. And we took note of the fact that now the rulings are before the court. And in order to determine the merits of the applications, which have been well argued by both sides, it was in the interest of justice to proceed. So we proceeded. Counsel for the plaintiff, for the applicants, first stated that since at the hearing on 20th December 2024, the trial judge was notified that the suit to be affected by the proceedings for mandamus, the judge ought to have joined them to the case in order that they could file affidavit in opposition to the grant of the mandamus. He further submitted that since their application filed on 16 December 2024 was listed before the judge for hearing the same day, the judge had knowledge of their contentions that collation had already been completed and declarations made in 4 of the constituencies. So he ought to have permitted them to to put that evidence before him in respect of the mandamus application. Additionally, the applicant stated that the procedural rules on judicial review in the High Court, which were applicable in the case of the application for mandamus, being Order 55 of the High Court Civil Procedure Rule CR 47, made ample provisions for interested parties to be added to an application for judicial review, but the trial judge failed to apply these provisions and to add them. Counsel for the applicants relied on a number of decided cases, especially Republic versus High Court Bolgatanga, ex parte Hawa Yakubu, 2001-2002, Supreme Court of Ghana Law Report. Counsel for the applicants further stated that the trial judge exhibited bias against the applicants' bodies. How much more a court of law? In the case of ex parte Hawa Yakubu, the High Court in Bolgatanga made orders in an election matter which affected Hawa Yakubu, a candidate at the election. And though she was a non-party, the Supreme Court held that on the facts in the case, the High Court violated her right to be heard and quashed the orders of the High Court. The interested parties say that because Mr. Godwin Edwidge Temeklo was allowed by the trial judge to speak, he was accorded a hearing. But they must realize that he was allowed to speak as a friend of the court, as recorded by the judge himself, and not as counsel for the applicants. This is an unfortunate misunderstanding of what amounts to a hearing in the mandamus application of this nature. Hearing plainly required the applicants to have filed an affidavit in the matter and to have made legal submissions. In this case, none of that happened, so the trial judge violated the right to a hearing of the applicants. Now to our orders. We have taken note of the fact that the applicants did not contend that there had been earlier completed collations in respect of Nsawam Aduajiri and Ahafwano North constituencies per paragraph 8 of the affidavit sworn to by Fifi Fiabi Kwete dated 16 December in support of the motion for judicial review filed by the applicants on 16 December 2024. Since the orders which have been brought to be quashed are separate and distinct, we have decided to exercise our discretionary power to quash by certiorari, having regard to the peculiar circumstances of each ruling. Consequently, we hereby quash the orders of mandamus made for collation of results by the Electoral Commission in the following constituencies. 1. Okaikwe Central. 2. Ablekuma North. 3. Tema Central. And 4. Techiman South. Accordingly, the collation of results in the above constituencies by the Electoral Commission after 20th December 2024 on the orders of the court are hereby set aside. For the avoidance of doubt, the orders of the High Court made in respect of Nsawam Aduajiri and Ahafwano North are not affected by this order, by this our order, and in effect, those declarations stand. Despite quashing the orders stated above, the applications for mandamus themselves are still alive and ought to be heard and determined. In line with our conclusion on this application, we exercise our powers under Article 1294 of the 1992 Constitution and make an order pursuant to Order 55, Rule 65, to the effect that the applicants herein are granted leave to file affidavits and statements of case in answer to their respective applications for mandamus which have not been quashed. No, which have not been quashed. Those which have not been quashed. They are still extant. Those which are quashed, yeah. Now, those which have been quashed, sorry. Those which have been quashed, yes.
So if you did not follow what happened at the Supreme Court yesterday, well, there you have it. With the recall that we have just done this morning, for the uninitiated, it gives you a clear idea of the reasoning behind the 5-member panel presided over, in fact, and led by Justice Gabriel Poaman, the man you just heard, delivering the ruling for and on behalf of the others who yesterday sat on this particular case by the NDC. Essentially, the Supreme Court directed this mandamus application related to this disputed parliamentary results but be heard by a different judge at the High Court. That's one other issue we're going to get into, because the NDC yesterday raised a matter of bias on the part of the High Court judge who sat on this mandamus application in the first instance. Now, the court's decision essentially quashed the recollation of results for Tema Central, Blakema North, Techiman South, and Okaikwe Central. However, it upheld the validity of the results for Hafano North and in Soma Dredri. Now, questions have been asked of this particular one as well, so we'll get into it, why this is the case, because the NDC had previously held the view that for Nsoma Dredri, they were going to seek a recollation. And then also for Obuasi East, because Obuasi East as well, there was a declaration of the NDC candidate as Samuel Abuaji as MP-elect on the 9th of December. But then last week, Saturday, we saw the Electoral Commission do a recollation of Obuasi East and then declare the MPP candidate as MP-elect. But that was also not mentioned. We understand that the Obuasi East and then I think Fantiakwa North are going to be dealt with at a different forum. So we'll get into all of that. But welcome to Key Point. If you're just joining us, we're live on 3FM 92.7, also on TV3 Ghana on Facebook, DSTV channel 279, all across the world on 3news.com. My guest joining me this morning, Professor Ransford Jampo, is a professor of political science at the University of Ghana, Legon. He's a governance expert of international repute, written extensively about governance in Ghana and beyond. Professor Ransford Jampo, good morning. Welcome.
Good morning, and thanks for having me. I think I have some 4 preliminary remarks that I want to make. Okay. Briefly, if you would indulge me. You know, number one, the idea that John Mahama won the 2024 elections because people didn't go out to vote, in my view, is a nonsensical, childish, propagandistic attempt at covering up for incompetence and bad governance. You see, if you say that people did not go out to vote without interrogating why they did not go out to vote, then it means that you are just being propagandistic, and you are trying to mask your bad governance and incompetence. So people actually did not go out to vote because the supposed incompetent person was adjudged to be more competent than the competent one. People didn't go out to vote because they felt let down and were very disappointed. People did not go out to vote because of corruption, because of arrogance, because of economic mismanagement by fake holy people, because of nepotistic governance of family and friends and concubines that all coalesced to render the hitherto MPP fanatics and other election kingmakers hopeless in the political elite. So, in my view, people should stop tickling themselves and laughing if they know that apathy was the reason why they performed abysmally and they were defeated, in this election. Why are they now setting up a committee to go into interrogating why they lost?
Which we'll get into.
If the reason is just apathy, then it is obvious. And why do you have to set up a committee to go into the reasons why you lost? I think that they shouldn't think about spending enough money. Come to Jampo Consult. We would tell you all the factors that led to the monumental, unprecedented electoral defeat of the MPP in the 2024 elections.
You have diagnosed it already.
We started diagnosing and chronicling this in 2022. I'm telling you, the MPP lost the elections in 2022.
Okay.
And we started chronicling all the factors. So there's no need to go into waste money. You have lost, you have performed abysmally. You now have to fend on the little that some of you looted. So you don't have to use it to go and do any research. Come, we'll tell you. And let it also be known that, look, in the first place, it is contested. The idea that even the MPP won the 2020 elections itself is contested. Because, their own Ken Japan kept saying, Yamfa any kind you did winning about one or Moya, but Chiramo fast, you winning. Okay, so even the 2020 elections, they did not truly win. But for the 2024 elections, I'm telling them that they lost beginning 2022. And we have chronicled all the factors that led to their electoral defeat. There's no need forming any committee.
Okay.
And the idea that people did not, John Mahama won or the NDC won the elections simply because people didn't go out to vote, in my view, is an unnecessary spewing of propaganda to mask and to hide their own incompetence and bad governance. Number two.
Well, this is an issue we'll get into later.
Well, Number two, I said I have four preliminary remarks.
Quick one.
Number
two,
early concession of defeat upon seeing how monumental it is going to be and nominating people to serve on transition team, though commendable, in my view, are not necessarily a show of one's commitment to handing over power. Little dogmatic minds and those who claim to have been educated without the ideals of education going through them beyond their speaking English can accept these gestures as significant. But given the severe governance deficit that we have faced and we've had to endure under this current regime, I will call on the generality of Ghanaians that let us be calm, but let us still be vigilant. Let no one do anything that would force a declaration of a certain state of emergency that may be licentious for some people to want to hold on to power a little more so that they can cover everything, they can cover up their loots, and they can cover up everything that they've done wrong, that they are scared are going to be exposed. Number three, hearty commendations to TV3 Key Points. I know that a lot of people watch this program, and I'm commending you because one of us here, Martin Pebu, that I'm sure you're going to soon introduce, who is a regular panelist here, has been appointed and first call up into what Mahama want to do in fishing out those who have stolen our lands and our property and everything. So congratulations to TV3 Key Points. Congratulations to my own friend Martin Pebu. But Martin, remember that you and I would have contemplated leaving Ghana and abandoning Ghanaians to their own fate if they had made another mistake of voting for the MPP and remnants, of MPP. You and I would have contemplated leaving the country and abandoning Ghanaian, to their own fate if they had made that mistake. And so, Thankfully, that didn't happen. So similarly, Martin, I'm calling on you. Don't fail. I know you won't fail. But if you fail, then you have to also flee the country. Because I would personally ensure that you know no peace if you fail. Last one. I'm sure that this is the last edition of Key Points for the year 2024. And I want to use the opportunity to thank the good people of Ghana. Ghanaians see us all over the place. And the kinds of things that they say are so encouraging. True. I'm telling you, some of us, we thought that we were just speaking from our guts based on what we have studied, purposely, with the purpose of just keeping government on their toes and ensuring that things are done well. And we didn't know that Ghanaians were watching. So they meet you in the church. They meet you at chalk bars. They meet you at lorry stations. They meet you in the traffic. They meet you at honeysuckles. They meet you at fuel filling stations. They meet you at weddings. They meet you at funerals. They meet you everywhere. They meet you at Eduanepa, E3. Everywhere they meet you, they come to you and then they say certain words, okay? They say certain things to you. That are encouraging. Oh, we like what you are doing. We've been listening to you. Some will come and tell you that every Saturday I would come and sit, stay glued to my TV and then be watching you. I like what you are doing for Mother Ghana. We didn't know that they liked. So, dear Ghanaians, our admirers, our loved ones, and our friends who like what we are doing and who continue to shower praises and give us more encouragement, we thank you. But for your support and but for your encouragement, maybe we would have given up. And we've not given up doing some of these things because we know you are there. We didn't know that you liked what we are doing. But per your own comments and the kinds of things that you tell us, even at the mall, wherever you see us. Sometimes you are driving and then somebody will be honking. You roll down and then he's just waving. I like you. I like what you are doing. God bless you and all that. So we thank you. And then we wish you, as this program today is the end, the last program
you
for
have
the
a
year.
lot more to say.
We wish you a Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, and we thank you all for your support. Mr. Host, thank you very much for this opportunity.
And I would give you all another opportunity to talk and still thank our viewers at the end of the show as well. There's a lot to talk about. And in fact, 2024 has been a very eventful and fulfilling year for us here at Key Points. So it's in good stead that you said what you said in the last point that you made. In fact, I got a message this week. Somebody's belongings were stolen. Honorable Roxanne Nelson Dafiamepo is Member of Parliament for the South Dai constituency. He is a lawyer or legal counsel to Ebi Bright, one of 4 NDC parliamentary candidates who was also impacted by the court ruling yesterday. Nelson Roxanne, good morning and welcome.
Good morning, Okanse, and good morning to Prof, my brother and my senior Kpebu. Senior Kpebu, yes, sir. You have become a very... people are so afraid. So suddenly you have become a very... fearful man. Citizen vigilante.
Trying to copy my dynamic. Yes, we have to do it. Because the loot is too much.
People are asking why I wasn't included. I said that would have been Ghana.
Exactly. Oh, no. We'll have sub-committees. So you tell one of the sub-committees.
I mean,
and let me say good morning to our viewers, especially my beloved people in South Dai, Peki, Balime, Beve, and Tongo. I love them so much. Merry Christmas to them and prosperous New Year.
We'll have a few more words at the end of the program for them. I'm also expecting the Honorable Andy Apiakubi, Member of Parliament for the Santiachem North constituency. Yes, he lost this election, but then again, he's committed to the development of this country in many ways.
No, this panel, this is the original panel. I like that. This is actually the original panel.
Let me finish.
For the past 3 years, this has been the original Saturday panel.
Indeed.
Unless, of course, he travels, I travel, or he does, then you see changes. But
I agree with you perfectly.
This is the original panel with Apia Kubi.
Yes, indeed.
Original
so he will join us. Also, Martin Pebu is a private legal practitioner, also a member of the preparatory team for oral.
Thank you.
And the convener for the Kumipreko Reloaded demonstration. Lawyer Martin Pebu, good morning. Welcome.
Good morning, Mr. Kansi.
In fact, I left one out. One of the foremost human rights lawyers we have.
Yes.
Akufo-Addo was started as the foremost human rights lawyer. I see how you feel that he's smiling.
And yet we still have Afoko in jail.
Oh, say that again. Eh? Now that Akufo-Addo is leaving, it's time for Afoko to come out.
Afoko granted bail. And
how? It's
you know,
mind-boggling.
Gregory Afoko.
Yeah, Gregory.
When you see the current Attorney General,
when the new Attorney General comes, we expect that he will not oppose an application for bail for Gregory Afoko.
I can assure you that in fact he will make the application.
He will make the application. Yes, like the way Godfrey Dami once appealed for somebody.
Let's be cautious in making these assurances. Let's see how the candidates will look.
Oh no, Afoko has to come.
Yes, but you are saying that you are saying that you will know for sure.
I want to assure him that Afoko will be granted his freedom based on the terms of the bill.
Granted.
Yes.
Let's
been
wait.
Granted bail, and yet somebody is refusing to allow him to.
When they tell you Akufo-Addo doesn't forgive,
it's interim freedom.
When they tell you Akufo-Addo doesn't forgive, that's one of the
These
ways.
are the symptoms.
Yeah, he's been punishing the senior Afoko for this. What do you call it? This matter that happened. So it's like because he has a beef with Afoko, former chairman of the MPP, then his brother should suffer for it. That's just what this thing has been. Akufo-Addo.
Your first greetings before we go quickly.
Yes. And so you see, let me continue from where Professor Jampo
somebody just texted that they like what we do all the way from Ali.
Every day. No, what you said, people they love what we do and every time. So you spoke our mind.
For God and country.
Yes, exactly. So let's continue. There's another Ali Nachia. He's brother to Professor Ali Nachia.
Okay.
Yes, so he said you Ali Nachia. Okay. Yes, W. I think he was in the military, went to The Hague and then the other international duties. Yeah, yesterday he called me. He says he likes the kukwasa word. That Akufo-Addo and his government are kukwasa. Very slow, right?
Yes.
Always looking to make sure that they benefit. Exactly. All they look for is how they will benefit. So they are slow only to make sure that they benefit, right? And so that tells you heard all the things Prof said. That is why viewers and listeners, you've made us number one, right? Yeah, because I look back at the numbers and everything, production shows, and I'm like, wow, number one for 11 months. This is your number one talk show program, okay? Yes, political, economic, and then social, right? Number one program. Thank you very much. I mean, we will continue to do it the way you like it, because people say, listen, the reason we listen or watched you is that you say it as it is. I don't try to be politically correct. The moment we do that, then it means that we cannot serve you with the truth. Let's say it as it is. You know, we've been saying it over all these years. If we all stood up and fought the bad governance, like Sofo Ekufu did, like Osi Adeyo Ajimambedu II, Domahine did, and like Garmanche did and continues to do, I'm sure Ghana would have been different. Because, listen, they know that the Ghanaian will talk, and keep quiet, or no action. Like Alan Chirimate brought this slogan or the memo, that Ghana is NATO. No action, talk only. Yes, no action, talk only. Look, Ghanaians, we must stop that. We must. Oh, and I forgot, Jacob Osei-Yeboah. Yes, he also has done some fantastic job, the people's president. So we acknowledge all of you. Continue to make this program your number one show, and of course, when we air, don't be slow to draw our attention to the mistakes, because to air is human. So thank you very much. This is your number one talk show.
Counsel, you have said it all for us, and I thank you as well, and all our guests, including you, Professor Jampo, and to you as well, Nelson Ross and all our guests from the last 2 years and beyond that we have been doing this. Look, there's a lot more we'll say after the show, so let's just get into it. But I was telling you about something that this week I got to know. Honorable Nelson Roxon Dafianpo.
Oh, Mr. Kansi.
Yes.
Before the president is sworn, every Saturday we have to give shout outs to the NDC people. Ezu. Ezu.
And a very beautiful morning to His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, the First Lady.
And there are songs. You see, the NPP could not even compose a simple campaign song. A danceable campaign song. And when somebody composes one and we are dancing, they say that one you shouldn't do. If a song, if music or song is danceable, you don't want to say. In my hometown, they have a festival song. They say, and so be a yaboa, and so if the music, the song is nice, and you are hearing, you say you won't dance. Okay. You cannot even compose a simple
hold on.
I like your anthem.
Thank you.
The anthem when you begin to
thank you very much.
One, then I stand at ease.
Right.
Then you take national salute.
Okay.
And then the crane. That one is being sung in church. Even it's being sung in church.
11 minutes to the top of the hour.
You could even campaign song.
11 minutes to the. You made your point.
You couldn't.
They say that they will come to you.
Funeral judges. Your campaign songs are funeral judges.
Hold on.
Your campaign song.
Hold on.
You want to break the age. Campaign song.
No. We have to get.
You want to break the age. You could not even do campaign song.
We will get into the issues because they have indicated this week that they will come to the public to seek your views.
To seek your views
as to why.
Exactly. This is the last. This weekend.
These are preliminary comments.
You say you won't dance.
Don't do that.
And so be a
So now I received some messages about what mandamus means, etc. So that one, I want you to explain that. Okay. But I was telling you about this message this week I got. Somebody from the Tema area reported that during the elections and the melee of the events in Tema Central, his bag was snatched containing some very important documents. And 5 days later, he had reported it to the police and so. 5 days later, the bag was found at a rubbish dump somewhere around the Tema port. And the person who found it is a cleaner at the Tema harbor. And guess what? My complimentary card was in the bag that was stolen.
Your card?
Yes. And this cleaner at the Tema ports apparently watches Key Point every Saturday.
He knows you.
And so
this video.
Then took the bag, called, and took the belongings in the bag. Well, some money had been taken. Took the belongings, his passport and other important documents to the Tema Regional Police Command. So this cleaner at the Tema port, thank you very much for this. We've got his number, and there is a present of appreciation for you for what you did. Apparently there was some $250 in the bag that he found. He didn't take it.
Wow.
And he returned it to the police. So thank you for this, and then also continue to watch Key Point. I appreciate that message that I got this week, and the many, many, many others we'll talk about. Now, Counsel.
Yes, sir.
What's a mandamus application? Just a quick one.
Okay.
And then we'll get into the issues quickly.
Simply, on that time, if I leave out something, you add. So basic that. So when we say application, there's even a precedent, a copy here. So you write like the way we do application for employment, but this one the procedure is different, right? So, but basically you write the whole of your case. Of course, not literally the whole, because the whole will be too much. So you summarize the key points and put it before the court. And there's the key thing: asking the court to compel or force a public officer to perform that public officer's duty. So there's the emphasis. A mandamus application, so that's the application. You are requesting, you make a request to the court that the court should read through, and if the court finds merit in what you ask the court to do, the court will make an order to compel, to force a public officer, so in this case the EC, to perform a public duty, not a private one. So you can't get the EC, you can't go to court to compel the EC to come and organize, let's say, SRC elections, okay, for University of Ghana, because that's not a public duty. That's not what the EC set up to do in the Constitution or the CI 127. So it has to be a public duty, not a private duty, right? And also it's for a public officer, not a private person. So let's say husband and wife have a feud or whatever it is. The wife cannot apply to the court for a mandamus against the husband in his private capacity. The husband can even be president of Ghana, but in terms of husband and wife relationship, it's a private matter. So you don't go to court for an order of mandamus. No, whatever you want, you can apply for and get certain orders, but that is not called mandamus. Once you hear mandamus, the first thing as a lawyer you jump at is, or you want to see is, okay, what's the public duty that has been neglected, that the public officer is refusing to perform? Very, very critical. It's not for private matters, but public officer perform a public duty, basically, generally. We've extended it sometimes to bodies that are not strictly speaking fully public, but do a lot of public duties. But let's not go there. At least if you get a public officer performing public duty, it's more than sufficient for our purposes now. So in the context of what was before the court, the MPP went to court asking for an order from the court to compel the EC to do the recollation. You say it, and then for the areas that the collation had not been done at all, the Nsawam, Adwojiri, and then Ahafo, Ano, North, right? Yes, those ones, they have not been done. So NDC was asking the court to MPP, asking the court to compel the EC to do collation for the Nsawam and Ahafo, Ano, and then recollation for the Tema Central, the Okaikwe Central, the Techiman South, etc. So that is the duty. So the question you'll be asking yourself is, as they go back into court, is recollation a public duty? Is it something that the court, the CI 127 sanctions, if collation has been done and then somebody's been announced a winner? Do you find provisions in the CI 127 that can compel EC to go back and redo it? So do you see that the Supreme Court was given a cue? You see that the Nsawam, Adwojiri one and the Ahafo Ano North, they hadn't finished the collation. So you see that because that one, the order, because they hadn't finished, the Supreme Court made the order stand. But where the EC has finished and declared somebody a winner, whether for good or bad, the question is, can you get mandamus when they say they finished? Shouldn't it be that you are going to challenge the procedure in declaring somebody a winner, which will go under an election petition? Shouldn't that be the matter? Well, we'll leave it for the court.
Well, then we'll see how Tuesday plays out. Thank you very much for this.
Let me quickly add
yes,
that.
Please.
It's also issued and directed that a public officer to perform a statutory duty. Now, the statutory duty, so that's why it's called mandamus. You are mandated in law to perform a certain duty. If you neglect to perform that duty, Martin can come after you. And it's called an application because you are applying to the court. And normally, this application will be contained in what we call a motion paper.
Right.
The motion will be on notice or will be ex parte. Ex parte means you are going alone. If it's on notice, it means you are giving notice to the other party that I am going to court to seek these orders. If you are minded to contest, the terms of the affidavit in support of the motion paper, then you can come and object to it. But that one to have to be stated in an affidavit.
I see.
So they are generally called prerogative writs.
Prerogative writs.
So prerogative writs, certiorari, mandamus, quo warranto. Quo warranto is one of the writs where you'll be asked, by which warrant do you act? Okay.
Yes, I'm sorry. Please go ahead.
Yes. By which warrant do you act? So these are what we call generally prerogative writs.
I see. Thank you. Thank you very much. And let me also acknowledge the presence now of lawyer Andy Apiakobi. He is Member of Parliament for the Asante Achim North constituency.
No.
In this 8th Parliament.
Okay, lawyer, businessman, and farmer.
But I'm sure you have
citizen vigilante.
The businessman who came to Parliament with money in bags today is going to reveal the businessman's identity.
He is a private legal practitioner as well. The outgoing MP for
yes, we'll hold you before the committee.
Yes.
Come and
full disclosure.
Then you come before the committee.
I think it's a fair call. So Ora would deal with that.
Yes.
If he doesn't say. But the Honorable Andy Apiakobi, good morning. Welcome.
Good morning, my brother. Sorry for being a little late. I had to
that's
come
okay.
from
it's okay.
Tema to join you this morning. In any case, let me congratulate my good brother Martin for his elevation to the position of chair of.
I'm not chair.
Not chair.
He's a member.
I'm a member.
An active member.
Active.
Who will not be active?
Among them.
Yes,
the avoidance of doubt.
So let me congratulate him, and I hope that he will do a good job there. And my invitation to this question, I guess.
The quick one.
Invited to contribute to this. Yes.
No, it was just what the mandamus.
It has been exhaustively discussed.
Yes.
And I like the conclusion drawn by Martin of the public nature of the function to be sought. Indeed, personally, I think that the Supreme Court did a good job saying that upon application for joinder, the court ought to have allowed them to come.
The court ought to have allowed at least the NDC to have a hearing.
I was in the case in the Supreme Court against Attorney General. There was an interested party who applied to join. I was initially opposed to the application, but upon reflection...
I was in court with you that
Yes, upon reflection, I thought that...
You withdrew your...
It was the first time that I was seeing a case where the law specifically says that Attorney General will be the defendant in a matter like that. But the Supreme Court thought it necessary to allow the joinder application to stay. And the Supreme Court actually granted it. And at the time, I was not too happy with it. But upon reflection, I realized that they went behind the law to find the interest and also bring the interest in it. And you do it this way, and you retire all criticisms after the results are announced. So I commend the Supreme Court for the direction given now, and also for all of us as practicing lawyers to appreciate that if you want to do something that somebody's interest comes into conflict thereof, you ought to consider that interest and bring that person to court, even as a party, so that that person can be heard. And this law on audio utterance pattern is very universal, and you try to avoid it, or you try to navigate around it, they will bring you back into it and say, please respond to that. God, in His wisdom, even when Adam and Eve were alleged to have eaten some fruit, knowing that they had ate those fruits, God still gave them opportunity to respond to the allegation of them eating. And this is the beginning of that law, audio utterance pattern.
So even God respects the law of natural justice.
The law of natural justice, as Adam and Eve. But unfortunately, when he got to the serpent, God did not ask him why. He also confused them and just started pronouncing judgment. So in that case, the law of audio utterance pattern was not applied to the serpent.
In the case of the serpent.
And that is the point, the beginning of appeal. So the serpent ought to have appealed against that decision based on the failure of audio utterance pattern. And I believe that if the Supreme Court has sat on that, the Supreme Court would have ruled that
the serpent should have been, God should have heard the serpent side of the story.
God should have heard the serpent side. But you see, law comes from Ecclesiastes. So the rollout of all these ecclesiastical events give us the foundations of law.
Thank you very much for this very interesting preliminary comment from you on this matter. But because you are, I would say, an interested party, for the lack of better expression, in this case, because you served as legal aid to Ebi Bright, the Tema Central parliamentary candidate for the NDC,
He's not who was earlier. Council.
Yes.
Yes. Interested party. So the NDC.
Who was earlier declared as MP elect.
Yes.
And then last Saturday, we saw the Electoral Commission do a recollation and then declare the NPP candidate there, that's Charles Forson, as MP-elect. What is the full consequential effect of what happened yesterday, apart from caution the Electoral Commission's declaration on Saturday? What's the full consequential effect of what we saw?
Okay, the effect simply is that the declaration announced by the EC on the 9th of December stands.
That Ebi Bright is MP-elect?
That's right. It stands.
But the mandamus application is still alive and active?
The mandamus application, I have a copy here. So thankfully, we can look at it. Now, if you read affidavit in support of Charles Forson's mandamus application to the court, and it's an ex parte application. It says essentially that there was no collation in Tema Central, which is a big lie. In fact, he went to court to perjure himself. Now, he did this. First, he wrote to the Electoral Commission in his capacity as a parliamentary candidate, and he narrated these facts. This letter is dated, interesting, he didn't date his letter to the EC, but this is a copy attached to his application to the court.
Right, we have a soft copy, we'll put that on the screen.
Yes, now, he says, I wish to bring to your attention the following infractions, incidents, and occurrences during the collation stages of the process. 1. Collation of the pink sheets began at about 11 p.m. with the presidential and ran smoothly. However, when the exercise was completed at about 4 a.m. on Sunday, the NDC asked for recollation as they have a different total of which the EC obliged. The recollation of the presidential pink sheets were done at around 9 a.m. Sunday. At around 9:30 a.m., all parties agreed for the kickstart of the parliamentary collation. Before the process could begin, thugs from the NDC broke into the center and disrupted the whole program. This is also another fabrication.
Right.
Now, if you get to his point 10, he said the collation process was halted when the NDC tried forcing the EC to declare their candidate as the winner, despite having 2 polling stations pink sheets remaining. This is also another fabrication. Now, in his affidavit to the court, filed on 17th December 2024, it says the following, as part of, it deposed to a long set of facts, but let me quote the essential parts. Paragraph 7, that in accordance with respondents' constitutional mandate, parliamentary elections were conducted on December 7, 2024, in the 276 constituencies across the nation, including the Tema Central constituency of the Greater Accra region. That polls were successfully conducted in all the 148 polling stations of the Tema Central constituency, and results were announced and declared in all the polling stations, and same were forwarded to the returning officer. That in accordance with law, collation of election results commenced on 8th December 2024 at the Constituency Collation Center. It's also another falsity, because collation began immediately the polling station elections were concluded. And results announced at the polling stations and pink sheets transmitted to the collation center at Chemu on the 9th of the 7th. So collation didn't start on the 8th, as he claimed in the affidavit.
I see.
Then, that while collation was ongoing, some young men and thugs entered the collation center engaging in various acts of violence and threats which disrupted the collation process. Then he says 16, that I'm advised by counsel and believe same to be true that only the returning officer by law can collate, announce results, and declare winners. Yet, at the Tema Central Collation Center, it was the Metro Director that did the collation. Now, paragraph 40 says, following the events narrated above, the collation was moved to the Regional Collation Center on 9 December 2024 for collation to continue. That after a few days, I was informed by the respondent to report at the police training school, Tesano in Accra, with the collation of the results, but I was later informed by the respondent that the collation could not continue. Now, paragraph 70 says that no collation has been done in the Tema Central constituency as required by law. This is also another falsity. Because in Tema Central, we actually did collation, like his letter to the EC narrated. When we began the collation on the 9th of the 7th, when polls closed and results were announced at the respective polling stations, pink sheets were transmitted for collation to comments at Chemu. He brought people to disrupt the process because they are lost. And to the extent that the police had to throw in tear gas to bring the ensuing melee under control. That was when the decision was taken by the police that collation, continuation of the collation be moved to their premises at the Tema Regional Police Command. As I had earlier indicated, the circumstances under which the pink sheets, the ballot boxes were transmitted or moved from the Chemu Collation Center to the Police Regional Administration in Tema was something that we objected to because we don't know who followed those ballot boxes. Now, when we got to the Tema...
Was it the one that they were going to use a private vehicle instead of the Electoral Commission's official vehicle?
Exactly, and I'll tell you, when we got to Tema Regional Police Command premises to continue with the collation, we discovered that, for instance, one pink sheet we couldn't find. We couldn't find it. That's a parliamentary pink sheet. Ofosu Hini had to go back to the office to go and bring that particular pink sheet. What was the pink sheet doing in the office of Ofosu Hini? Because pink sheets are supposed to be put together, put in a ballot box, sealed, before you transmit. It was one of the issues that we took against him. We also insisted that he is not the designated returning officer for Tema Central. So he should allow the accredited officer, who is Mr. Akwesi Brobe, as the returning officer pursuant to Regulation 2.3 of CI 127 to do his duty under law. He will not permit him.
So who is the person who did this declaration? What we are showing on the TV now, who is this?
This is the returning officer from Tema West. And if you recall the petition from Ofosu Hini to his principals in Greater Accra, he said that he directed this chap to do the declaration because he did so under duress. As for the issue under duress, I will come to that. Now, after the collation, we objected to the admission of 2 pink sheets. We objected because they were fabricated pink sheets. Fabricated in the sense that the contents on the original were markedly different from the contents on the duplicates we were given. This was the source of the discord. MPP came with Titus Glover, regional minister, came with other office, came with their constituency chairperson, Charles Boateng. The candidate himself was there, Charles Forsen, and a host of others that I'm not able to tell their positions.
Right.
So when they keep saying NDC came there with national officers, they also came with national officers, including the sitting regional minister. That they had issue with the Titus Glover, that go to your office, you have work to do, don't come and sit here and waste your precious time. We had that banter, but it was a friendly banter.
Right.
But they keep they keep refusing point to that fact that they also came with officials from the party. Now, so we disagreed to those two pink sheets. Why? Because I discovered that they were written ex post facto the declaration of polling station results. So Ofosuhini was compelled to invite these two presiding officers. They came to admit that yes, oh, indeed, when we close, one said, oh, when we close, we were under pressure. So it was when I got to the office that I was reminded to complete the pink sheets. Because the duplicate that they gave to me contained no name, no signature, no year of elections held, and no time of close of elections, as required by a law, Regulation 39, Sub-Regulation 3 of CI 127. It
was only the results that were...
It was only the results, and the figures were different. You understand?
And there was no signature of the returning officer?
No, but on the original that they wanted us to adopt or agree to, had all these details. So we said, nada, it won't go in. The second one had similar infraction. Again, that presiding officer was also invited. And mind you, it was Ofosuhini who was calling these presiding officers to the collation table. He also came to admit that, yes, it was, in fact, it was Ofosuhini who asked him to complete the pink sheet in the office. All these facts he has refused to disclose. And they are captured on video at the collation center at Tema Regional Police Command.
I see.
So we said, and these two pink sheets favored the MPP candidate. So how do I, me as a lawyer, I should allow you to smuggle in a material that will hurt the interest of my candidate? Then what sort of lawyer am I? So I said, never, even if we take it to the Supreme Court, never would these two pink sheets make it. Because we had issues with 18 pink sheets. 18. Some were, calculation, miscalculation. No, we allowed them to regularize all those. These are facts he has refused to disclose so far. But for the two, we said never. And we had won the elections. Because if you allow those two, then they beat you. So how would you be fabricating pink sheets in an office with results that will hurt the interest of my party? And when you resist this, they say you brought somebody under duress. We were surrounded by a phalanx of policemen in uniform, in anti-riot control gap, and with guns and all. They provided security. But Ofosuhini insisted. The Metro Director, who is not a returning officer, he insisted that these pink sheets must be admitted. That has always been his position. That was the source of the antagonism. You understand? He didn't say that, okay, then let me declare the results. Whoever has agreed should take it to court. He was insisting because he caused the fabrication of those pink sheets.
I see.
You understand?
Right.
So, essentially, this was all happening in Tema Central.
And for Okaikwe Central, I know you have an idea of how things played out there as well.
Okaikwe Central too had issues. What were the issues? According to Baba Sadiq, they discovered that as many as 31 pink sheets were also fabricated. Why? Because the calligraphy of the handwriting came from the same hand. The nature of the handwriting, because handwriting is
31 different pink sheets.
31 different pink sheets.
31 different
according to Baba Sadiq, the handwriting, and Sam George, the handwritings came from the same hand. Because you see, handwriting, handwritings are peculiar. Yes. It's like people can, in a way, change the handwritings, but essentially...
But there are different returning officers for different polling stations.
That's right.
There cannot be
so if you have 31 polling stations with contents emanating from a calligraphic imprint that appears to come from the same person, then you have issues.
But the EC admitted this polling station results on Saturday.
Yes, this were, if a week ago, if you remember, these were the things we were resisting at the police command, at the EC regional office. For instance, I said, even pursuant to the court order that's been panned, the court says go and do recollation. Recollation means retabulate. Of course, he won't have it. You saw me on the video. He won't have it. Yeah. Court says go and retabulate, go and recollate. You say you won't do recollation. You want to continue from where you left off. So I ask him, where did you leave off? Whatever you claim you had left off, you had petitioned your principals in Accra and said it was a process that was fraught with irregularities. So he actually used the language that it should be annulled. Then they give you the opportunity, then you come and tell me that where we were, those 2 pensions that we were resisting, those are the pensions you want to add. You are not interested in going back because, you see, they had also fabricated some. So the conduct, today I want to speak to conduct of public officers. When you are a public officer, that is just be a public officer. If you want to be partial, if you don't want to be neutral, if you don't want to be a public officer, leave the job. Go and be a party executive and come and do party work. Be a party full soldier. Let everybody know that you're a party full soldier. Or be a farmer like my brother who is now a businessman. You are a businessman as well.
Okay.
But to be wearing EC jacket, when it's used them, then they quote the Constitution and says that in the performance of their functions, they are independent. But in your utterances, you are not portraying that independence. You are portraying bias. When you wear EC jacket, that should portray you as a neutral, independent operator. Your comments do not reflect the content of the garb you put on.
So, but why did the trial judge in the High Court, that's the first case when the mandamus was heard last week, Friday,
yes,
why did he not give the NDC a hearing?
That is a question for the gods to answer.
I'm asking you.
You heard the judge, the Supreme Court, the president of the panel, said that to allow Eduji to speak in his capacity as a friend of the court was not coterminous to giving him the opportunity to represent his clients. The two standings were markedly different.
And the trial judge thought that because Eduji had spoken,
and the Supreme Court did something very important. They noted that in the ruling of the court, or in the court proceedings brought before them, they noted that the judge actually recorded Eduji as a friend of the court. That was his undoing. That was the judge's undoing in this matter. That was where the Supreme Court nailed him.
And if he's a friend of the court, then
I can also appear as a friend of the court. But he was supposing to him that we are here on merit. We have an application before you.
But I think there was an application for joinder.
Yes. Yes. So the judge indicated that, yes, I have been informed.
In the case where there was an application for joinder,
yes,
rightly before the judge, he couldn't have come as an amicus.
Exactly. So that's why the Supreme Court got him. Why did the trial judge
record him as a friend of the court?
That is what I...
Because, you see, the application before him, that's Gary Marcus' applications, his clients were not named as parties.
They came as party. But as being a proactive lawyer, when you hear things like that, you can actually... Because, you see, the notice, when it says something is on notice to you, is to give you notice. So you can take proactive steps. That I hear there's an ex parte application, but indeed, Bega actually said that in matters such as this, even the court, Suomotu, ought to have directed that let the application ex parte be actually served.
An important history fact. Do you remember the 2008 election? MPP went ex parte
on one Sunday.
One Sunday. So the NDC got wind of it and we went to the court. Hey, if NDC had not gone there, I thought I wanted court.
You know, so these are serious matters.
Let me a quick input from
Okay. Yes. It is an addition to a court procedure that ought to inform all courts. In matters like this, it is important that the Judge Somoto ought to have made an order for them to come on notice. And it happens most of the time when you see that there is an interest in the case that is not represented in the matter pursuant to the application.
It's only fair.
It wasn't fair. and by law,
yes,
or the author, that, oh, please, can you come on notice on this one, so that the other party will also be heard. If you came as party, then the explanation is that even the EC, who was the defendant in that matter, a respondent in that matter, had not been served. You see, and in fact,
AC said they are not opposed. They were playing along.
They had not been served if it was an ex-party application.
But they indicated that they were not opposed to it.
But if it was an ex-party application, so to speak, then one would say that the EC would not be served in an ex-party application. Okay. Nevertheless, the judge ought to have directed that you come on notice. And in any case, mandamus application will not be ripe until they have been served with written communication that you have reneged on this statutory duty and you are by law required to do, and the public institution fails to respond to your warning. It is then that mandamus application become ripe.
Yeah, right.
I don't know whether on record all such communication had been shown.
Now, in addition to what Andy had just submitted, you will see that if you look at the application, the exhibits attached to the affidavits in support, you will see letters from these respective applicants. All of them wrote to the EC demanding that they perform this statutory duty.
Okay.
Right.
Now, let me... so, for instance, Eric Nanajima in Prempe wrote. He wrote, is dated 16th December. 16th December. Now, the question is, when did you send this to the EC, such that the next day you were in court? You understand?
Okay.
Now, Charles Forson didn't date his letter, but he also came to court. So they all came to court the same day. But as to the point Andy made that a formal demand was made on a public officer to perform his duty under law or perform a public duty, and yet he failed. So this Tema Central matter, when we came before the regional coalition, we demanded that the proper thing be done in law. He won't have it. He had come with an agenda. He had come to insist that those two corrupt pinches be added. Then he was to declare. That was his agenda. He was not interested in what the court had done. The same applies to Baba Sadiq in his case, because they only added those 31 and declared. Because you recall some percentage argument that if 60% of the coalitions have been collated, then it can be declared. But there's no such authority in law. So clearly, I want to make the point that in ex parte Asare, the Supreme Court is very clear, and Justice Ansah made the point that where results have been declared, the appropriate forum for you is to petition. And the law provides petition. The process is the procedure to petition under Section 20 of PNDC Law 284. It tells you what you should do. But under CI 127, when results are declared, however irregular that may be, it's only a court that is pursuant to, you go to the High Court pursuant to Article 99(1), I'm sure, Clause A, thereabout. Yeah. That gives you the mandate. So all we are saying is that let the proper thing be done. So for me, the mandamus application before the court that we are being asked to go and contest, I know what the legal team can do.
Right.
For me, I will rely on the Supreme Court decision and not even pursue this matter.
Why?
Because I can say, for instance, that in pursuance of law, the application before the court is incompetent.
Because of the Supreme Court ruling?
Yes, I can rely on it. Yes, it's incompetent. Yes. Then two, I'll quote the law. I'll quote PNDC law, law 284 for you, Section 20, as a preliminary legal point. That pursuant to Section 20 of PNDC law 284, this application cannot be entertained. The court has no jurisdiction. I can do that.
I see.
Yes, I can do that.
Supreme Court has directed.
Yes. But I'm saying that as lawyers, lawyers,
but you have a right.
Yes,
but again, the Supreme Court has directed that go back to the instant court, and then.
But let me make the point. Let me finish.
Yes, I think that because of the point you made.
Yeah, but let me finish the point. But I'm saying that alternatively, I'll join properly, like the court said. If it's granted, the joiner too must be heard and granted. And in granting the joiner, it must also be supported by affidavit evidence. I will submit evidence that, contrary to your deposition, that there was, for instance, in paragraph 17 of Task Force's application, that there was no collision. Collision actually happened, and declaration officially made. I will exhibit the video, record it.
I see.
Per the Supreme Court direction, we have gone to point 0.
Yes. The status quo ante.
Yeah. So there is technically no application before the court.
Thank you.
So at point 0, I would, if I were part of it, I would advise that file a fresh application, whether it's mandamus or whatever.
I think
file
advice
a fresh application and join the other parties. So that you are
technically you are withdrawing the expertise.
Technically,
that's what has been another issue, that the MPP can just go back and withdraw their application.
Bring them by practice. Once you file one on notice,
bring the parties to court, and this is on notice. And then they will exercise their right either to respond or not to respond.
Yes, well, I agree.
And in the case that they respond by an affidavit in opposition, then they will depose to the facts as they know them. But I want to advise that at this point, we are only just dealing with the application or no application, whether somebody will reapply or not reapply. And whether the person to the application, somebody will respond or not respond.
Yes.
And leave the matters of determination of content to the court, because it will be on evidence. All that the positions and things, but my only candid and small mind's advice is that when somebody makes a deposition, you may disagree with it, but the outright dismissal of it as not correct or not factual or that one, that authority lies with the court. But you may disagree and prefer a counter position to it and leave the court to make that determination of whether or not there is perjury, whatever. But you can plead to that, and then the court will maybe even address the issue of perjury. But me and you sitting here saying that somebody's deposition is perjurious, I think we should be careful and mindful of how we judge other people, because the judgment doesn't rest with us, it rests with the judge. So,
no, Andy, the point, you see, we are lawyers.
A quick one.
And I have only done what the lawyers do. I have looked at his affidavit. You see, affidavits, they are wittier, because these are depositions on oath. You have deposed on oath that, for instance, there was no collision in Thermacentra. And I'm saying you have perjured yourself, because in your own statement to the EC demanding that they come and perform that statutory duty, you indicated that there was some collision. So how do you now go to court and swear that there was no collision? That's the point I'm making. So I'm saying that even with the content of his own affidavit, he's perjured himself. And I can do that as a lawyer. I can also disagree with the content and say that the matters deposed are not factually correct.
Yes.
Lawyers, we say that. Yes, they are not accurate.
But
they are not
when
factually
you
correct.
become so judgmental.
Oh, how judgmental have I been?
Okay,
and my friend, a businessman.
So you reveal the identity of the businessman.
The two of you are talking at cross purposes.
We are not talking at cross purposes.
He says, I'm a businessman. You say that I know a businessman.
Yeah, but that is a long outstanding matter.
Two positions cannot be the same.
I am referencing your new status as a businessman.
Well,
I want you to reveal the identity of the businessman.
Of the businessman you encountered in the past.
What I'm saying is that we are not speaking the same language.
Okay.
No, we are speaking at different things.
Well, in the end, at least there's an oral team member here. So he has an interest in this. If we don't get to know of it today,
well,
we will get to know of it tomorrow.
Send me with an application.
No, who sent you an application?
That's fine. But
you do that too.
I want to bring you at this point and this matter of whether there's really a challenge for the NDC to deal with in the coming days, in the effect that these results we're talking about, that the Supreme Court has directed that the status quo ante be restored. has been gazetted by the Electoral Commission. The Ukaikwe Central, Tema Central, Ablekuma North, and then the case of Techiman South. In fact, Techiman South, not Ablekuma North. It's been gazetted.
Yes.
It's part of the 274 that the Electoral Commission has gazetted, and the rate of elections sent to the clerk to Parliament. Now, we understand already some of the MPs have started registering to be part of the entire process of inaugurating this 9th Parliament on the dawn of January 6th to January 7th. Does this ruling negate the entire gazetted results?
Not the entire.
Or the NDC, in fact, there has to be a court order to, as it were, effectively negate the results that have been gazetted?
You see...
No.
Okay. Yeah, so with what has happened with the Supreme Court order, it means that the EC has to do a new gazette, amending, or in effect, withdrawing the names of those 4.
Because allowed me. From where he has started. Let me come in before Martin will conclude it.
Lawyer,
give me 1 minute.
Let him. I don't know what, maybe it's possible there's something I'm not seeing.
Give me 1 minute. What the Supreme Court has said, and this is for the purpose of learning. In fact, sometimes when you go to court and you don't exhaust your reliefs, sometimes this is what will happen.
Right.
You get a ruling that will be hanging.
Okay.
I'm sharing experience.
Okay.
Going to court, consequential orders are always very important. So if I was part of the team, I would say that there's the nullification of this alone wasn't conclusive as a relief to you. So you will ask the Supreme Court, pursuant to my intended relief, then continue to ask EC to maybe annul the gazetting, because technically the Supreme Court is saying go back to status quo. So go back to status quo means that those gazettes cannot exist.
So effectively,
that's my understanding.
Yeah, I see.
And so Supreme Court pushes us into the confusion again. Some people will say the gazetting having been done, they are still gazetted, as you were saying that people are registering. Others will say go back to status quo means that this gazetting is unconsequential.
Right.
So what I'm saying is that a lawyer in the court, you ask your father what your father should give you. If you ask for half, you are given half. Then you slip into confusion. So go forward and say, because of what I'm praying for, if you give me, then do A, B, C, D, so that your ruling will have effect of sending us to status quo ante.
Okay, so let's come to this. Yeah, so simple and short. So simple and short, from what lawyer Apia Kubi is saying, he accepts that once those results have been quashed, it means that they are not.
This is my opinion.
Yes, you accept that those results, the 4 constituencies, have been quashed. So, no, the court, you accept that the Supreme Court said those.
You're an officer of the court.
That is what I believe.
Yes, it's been quashed. So this matter of a consequential order not having been made cannot prevent the EC from amending the coming out with a new gazette,
but
right?
It makes it clearer.
To take out those 4 names,
right?
Because it's very clear. So even at the point of registration, those 4 MPs elect, when they go there, they will be met with the Supreme Court order. That matter, the thing that happened on 20th December, it's been quashed. They say you see this, your names have been mentioned, that your elections have been quashed.
That's
so
please,
you cannot. No, but it's very clear. So at the point, so let's do this. At the point of registration, they will be met with the court order that the Supreme Court said what happened on the 20th of December, where these 4 candidates were now declared, etc., has been quashed. So you cannot register. So if anything at all, maybe the confusion, if any, I don't agree, would rather affect Ibi Bright and Co. Honorable, the original results, because you didn't get, when I say you, because you represent Ibi Bright and It's
fine.
Yes. If the bride didn't get gazetted, so if she goes there, then they say, oh, madam, your name is not in the list of 274 MP select that was presented. So she may also not be able to register, but we know eventually it's going in her direction, so she will just be patient. But so far, those whose names were in there, but the Supreme Court has quashed, they can't register. They can't run under any technicality that, oh, there's no consequential order that their names be removed, so they will register. No. The simple thing is that when and where were you declared winner of those constituencies? You will say, they say, are you aware of a Supreme Court decision saying that these results, the subsequent recollection and which resulted in your declaration has been quashed? If you are, that's cancelled, simply, instead of quash, say cancelled. The Supreme Court has cancelled it. So if it's been cancelled, how do you register? You can't be registered. And if you've registered, your name will be struck off.
I see.
Okay.
So the gazetted...
What I'm saying is that sometimes when you give rulings that supposedly hang, that's where you pick one reasoning against the other. But when we are coming from Supreme Court, we should be clear in our mind that this is it.
But if what
I'm saying,
how much people saying is anything go by, I get the point that the gazetted results can be varied even without a consequential order.
Absolutely.
These could be presumptions.
Essentially.
Yeah. But presumptions, as we all know, are rebuttable. So that is where I'm saying that nothing stops you. They said they have given it to you. Put a seal on it as having been given to me. What wrong would we have done? So, and we have experienced this many times, where we have decisions that also call for further interpretation. Right. But the right approach is seek the consequential orders, so that in the case of my good friend from Asin South, Asin North, or Asin Central,
that Jackie James has a question.
Asin North.
Yes.
North.
There was an injunction served on Parliament, and the clerk then sitting in the chair said that, yes, I've been served. And he was reminded by the NPP advocate, right? So there and then I said, so pursuant to the acceptance of the service, push for consequential orders. Because I have been served with this, you cannot be part of the chamber today. But he didn't push for it. And then there was this argument of you have to stay out, you have to stay in, and that resulted in this unnecessary theater. So what I'm saying is that to make matters clear and clean, you do the consequentials and you say, Mr. Martin, don't go and do this. Mr. Kwasi, don't do that. Kwaku, do this. And then we are clear from the Supreme Court. We don't come and continue the argument.
Yeah. Right.
This is what I'm saying. So let's take it as an advice. In future, if you go, ask for all that you are due.
Okay.
And let the court make the pronouncement.
So it's just in the spirit of clarity, not necessarily to say that without it, the gazetted results cannot be varied. I think that's the point of clarity you want to put out. I think it's
so
quite clear.
What I'm also suggesting is that when it is clear that don't do this, don't do that, and you do, then the consequential application for contempt is clean.
Right. I want to bring Professor Jampo back.
Let me make a quick point.
Yes.
I think we are arguing over nothing really.
Which is what?
Which is that the Supreme Court has made certain pronouncements. Automaticity of law. So what has been gazetted is an administrative exercise in compliance with a statutory requirement. It can be reversed. Gazetting means you must gazette the proper names. So if the Supreme Court says, now you gazetted in pursuance of the second declaration, but now the status quo ante before Friday should be maintained, then the people originally declared is whose names you have to gazette. It's that simple. Until otherwise. So
it's not simple.
It is that simple.
Because when you get to that point also, you will say that certain pink sheets had not been considered.
Now,
so
hold on, Andy. I think you are missing the point. The people at the time they went to court as they claim that they are victims, isn't it? They were not declared candidates.
So are they to be deemed now based on this order of the Supreme Court as MPs elect?
No.
They 4.
No. Yes, the 4 are MPs elect.
I mean,
these applications before the court say that they have been wrongly declared. So the proper thing must be done. That's the essence of the expert application they took to court on Friday.
Okay, but considering that their names are not in the gazetted results of the Electoral Commission now,
yes,
what measures do you intend to take to correct that? Because even though there appears to be enough time, there appears to be enough time for the High Court to deal with it, because 31st December, Tuesday, even if the case is going to be adjourned and not, it could be concluded on that same day. But even if it is not, you probably go to 2nd January. And we are having the swearing in of this 9th Parliament on the 7th of January. The Gazetteer results as it stands.
Let me clarify
How do you intend to do that?
In the 2004 elections, the 2004 elections, parliamentary and presidential, President Kufuor's 2nd term elections, do you know when he was gazetted? 6 months to the end of his term. So the Gazette notification is not material to the validity of an election. It is not. It's an administrative directive required in law that when candidates emerge victorious from public elections, you gazette their names. If not doing so, it's an administrative thing. It's easy that can be punished by somebody who is interested. But it does not invalidate. And you see, Parliament doesn't work in vacuum. Parliament is part of the system. They are aware of what has happened.
Right.
So they will take steps to regularize. So it's immaterial. When Supreme Court makes pronouncement, you remember that just 3 weeks ago, we were here in respect of what the Supreme Court said regarding whether or not those 4 members of Parliament has vacated their seats or not. People say automaticity of law. Right. That Parliament doesn't need to do anything. That the law applies automatically. Then we said, no, Parliament is an organ, it's an entity. There are public officers who must be directed, and therefore they ought to be directed properly by the Supreme Court for them to take certain specific actions. I mentioned the marshal.
Yes. You're not saying what I'm saying.
Yes, but I'm saying that
in a different context.
No, yes, in a different context. So I'm saying that when the Supreme Court makes pronouncement like that, Parliament is listening,
right?
And I'm sure that they will take steps to regularize what has been.
Professor Jamfo, please.
Because those of you in the classroom,
this also borders on governance.
Those of you in the classroom, let the students also understand that don't create confusion after an attempt to solve confusion.
Right. The more things change, the more they remain the same.
So when you go to court and when you are before your father, when you are even praying, pray for all that you require, and don't pray for half and expect somebody else to come from somewhere to give you the other half.
For example, please.
And that's for the students.
You see, you have gone to bring 3 lawyers here, and they are talking law, and
we have a professor who is teaching students.
They are talking law and law. So they've taken all the time.
But to the understanding of all of us,
I should go and study law. I would never study law.
Because you are a law to yourself.
I would never study law, so that I should come.
Oh, you have a legal man.
Martin will call me a genius. I will not.
All your faith.
But honorable is junior here, but Parliament and Constitution, he can educate me.
Look, we will call you.
I will not study law. You are not to work for me.
No, but you have a legal mind.
Okay. He has a legal mind.
But no, if he's not, his opinions will not carry weight.
Oh, please.
Who wrote the Constitution that you interpret? Ghana Bar Association didn't but let me make my. You see, I don't want to talk about it. I want to talk about.
Prof, you continue to be my junior because you came to meet me in Lagos.
Well, it's okay.
Now you have got it.
When I was as a president, the first year.
I see.
I won't talk about the law, but I want to talk about the conduct of the High Court judge. Okay, the conduct of the High Court judge. I'm wondering when he was appointed, who appointed him? I mean, some of the issues that I had been discussed at the Supreme Court. I mean, I'm not a lawyer, but I kept wondering about how can a judge behave like this? Why won't you give people the fair hearing? And then why will you want to have your judgment overturned in this manner? Why would you want the Supreme Court to direct you or to let you to expose a certain incompetence, on your part? And I think that that judge, if he did this purely for partisan reasons, then he should bow down his head in shame. Because if the matter is about also the NDC and they want to join, they want to show you evidence, they want to show you proofs, they want to make claims and also provide justifications for why they think certain things, why they think the way they think, and you prevented them, then you are setting up yourself for the kind of things, this particular thing that has happened. And I'm sure that tomorrow, if he sits and do an introspection, he would realize that he goofed terribly. And I would appeal to judges that regardless of whoever appointed you, when you are confronted with issues like this, you just look at your own practices and then law, and then interpret and give judgments in a manner that ensures that people would not run to the apex court just for the purposes of ridiculing and setting aside a judgment that you may have given. And the other issue I want to look at again is also about the conduct of the EC officials at the collation centers.
Right.
I thought that they were supposed to be just arbiters trying to bring people together, just doing their work. But I saw the banter, and then the firm is saying the EC official was insisting that some falsified pink sheet should be added at all costs, and it led to unnecessary banter. And I was just looking at the body language of that particular EC banter, EC official. What was the name? I thought that the body language, the comportment, and the way he was bantering was not supposed to be the character and the attitude of an independent arbiter. He clearly looked like somebody who had taken a certain position or a certain stance. But you cannot be an EC official if you go into such arrangement and show clearly that per your utterances and your conduct and body language, you are already biased. I mean, it does not augur well for acceptability of whatever outcome the electoral processes could be. And so we should begin to look and rethink the caliber of people we appoint as EC officials. Okay, I'm not even looking at, I mean, I know people have issues with, those at the top echelons, of the commission, but below them, we should also be thinking about the caliber of people we recruit there. So if you go to Nigeria, when Professor Jega was their chair of their interim of the Electoral Commission, he looked at a certain caliber of people that he sought to work with. Okay, and these were people whose integrity, people whose firmness and fairness could not be questioned. But it appears that when it comes to us, anybody, I went to my hometown to go and vote, and then I was looking for a nephew's wife to leave something with. I said, "Oh, me, Juma, how?" And then I just questioned myself, but how can this lady be working, at that place? Because I knew of her. I mean, per my own judgment, I didn't think she had what it takes to do the kind of work that she claimed she was being asked to do. And so if you have such people there working, at the EC, and when things are heated like this, they clearly make utterances and they go about their comportment in a manner that gives them, out as people who are already biased, then it becomes a bit problematic. So let us as a people rethink the caliber of people we appoint to staff the election management body. So it should be a total review of especially also about their temporary staff. Okay, the temporary staff that they recruit. You have people, all manner of people recruited, and you wonder whether they were clearly, they were seriously trained, and they clearly had what, they clearly have what it takes to function as temporary staff of the commission. It doesn't help. But maybe the last take on this particular matter is about, I've shown my admiration for Justice Gabriel Foreman, the way and manner, and then, the entire bench yesterday, the way and manner they went about things. And somebody told me that, look, if it had been another judge, things would have been different. Because in our jurisprudence, you can always find a law to back whatever useless decision you take. Okay? So it could have been different. And I think I admire his courage and the way and manner they went about things. And then also the way and manner they handled this allegation of bias on the part of the High Court judge. Another judge would have arrogantly dismissed that allegation of bias. But he said that, collective. Fine. So other judges or another judge sitting or chairing would have arrogantly dismissed that allegation of bias. But he said that, tomorrow when the matter comes, you would not even be required to sit on that particular matter. I thought it was a clever way of ensuring that the matter is heard in a manner that ensures that the outcome is accepted by all parties. But the other thing is that maybe gleaning from what you guys are saying, and especially my senior and the Apia Kubi, what he just said, maybe the bench could have gone ahead to make things a bit clearer. That even though we've said this, make sure that A, B, C, D are also done. And you are saying that if you are a father and your child comes to you to ask of A, you give him A. But me, as a proactive father, if I give A and I believe that A would definitely require B, I'll give you B and C.
No, there is also the legal position that the Supreme Court will not give a declaration in a vacuum.
Well, but the point is that, as you rightly said,
if you're before your father and you are there empty hands, you see, so you must ask for. And in fact...
Yeah, but so they ask for one.
Listen, I always refer you to the Bible. It says, seek, and there shall be given.
Well,
so if you don't seek,
but there are times you ask God for one thing and he gives you other things. Okay, so my point is that...
God himself tells you, seek.
Oh, you see, so but now, as you rightly indicated, even though people can infer, there are people who may also want to be mischievous. And they would want to...
Are we all not mischievous?
Well, not all of us. They may want to say that, because there were no direct orders for XYZ to happen, they may want to interpret things there. So if it is possible, let them go, lawyers go back to court to seek clarity on some of these things so that I do not see how the Electoral Commission will continue or to maintain the gazette that had already been issued. I don't see how they will continue to make, and I don't see how, in spite of the ruling, those who have been gazetted and whose election decision have been quashed, I don't see how they will go to court, go to Parliament and say we are still registered. I mean, that will be contemptuous of the Supreme Court. But I admit that even though I'm commending Gabriel Foreman and his team, I think they could have been clearer so that we would avoid this kind of confusion in which we find ourselves. But I insist that we must rethink the caliber of people we appoint
and advise your students that seek, and that shall be given.
We must rethink the caliber of people. Afarijan has always been saying this. You see, the last time I listened to Afarijan, he was not even... People bother so much about how our EC officials are appointed. Afarijan said it's not even about how they are appointed, because everybody would have to be appointed by somebody. Appointees will not come from the moon. But he's talking about how the person is able to conduct himself or herself. Your courage, your confidence, and your ability to want to hold on to your own.
That's the case of Salah versus Attorney General. He said it is not the appointment. And we are Ghanaians, and we are in a closed circuit community. Yes. So if you want to see who is here or there, you won't appoint anybody.
Yes. Yes. So it's about how the person conducts himself, and that is for me critical. How I saw the bantering between you and that issue.
So that's why the court said they moved the standard from likelihood of bias to real likelihood of bias. Yeah, it must be real.
It is not appropriate. So the EC heads must begin to also talk to their... Oh, you people are distracted. EC heads should begin to talk to the people they appoint to work at some of these collation centers, so that per their conduct and their comportment and their utterances, they would not give themselves out so easily as having taken a session. You know, already there is this belief that the NDC was going to have a two-thirds majority, and so then some people have been contracted to put some small sand in their garage so that
allegation.
And so you don't have to do things.
1 million of them will not
you don't have to do things. You don't have to do
1 million of such allegations.
But you don't have to do things in a manner that fester that kind of allegation and perception. You don't have to do that.
And in fact, that leads me to the next question, Prof. That point you just made. And I want you to still stay on it, because there's been that contention that could the Electoral Commission have acted differently because of this same perception, or in some cases, the reality of the outcomes of their actions that has impacted on how people perceive the neutrality and independence of the Commission itself. We have seen over the period the posture and conduct of some members of the Commission that has raised concern. And now this particular decision that even though they acted on a court order, we're seeing how things are playing out. Does that concern you?
Well, I'm worried. I think that first, I don't know whether an emergency IPAC meeting was convened prior to the decision.
There was supposed to be an IPAC meeting yesterday.
It was called and called off.
It was called and called off.
Yes.
So I'm thinking that, you see,
but one was to have been held yesterday.
Yes. So given the brouhaha, I think the EC could have quickly summoned an IPAC meeting, to discuss some of these things. Even proud to...
No, Prof. This matter has become very political. Because you see, we got declarations made in our favor, NDC. MPP says they disagree. Then they commandeer, for instance, Fantiakwa North. Declarations made in Begro to be brought to Tesano and declared.
Okay.
Yes.
But was that supposed to be the case?
No.
Okay, so if...
Hold on. Not pursuant to any court order. Not pursuant to any laid down law. So now they are relying on the Tesano declaration. NDC is relying on the Fantiakwa North declaration. How will IPAC resolve this?
No,
you understand?
This is gone beyond the IPAC.
Yeah, so
the rightful forum should be in the court.
Exactly. So it has to be a court of law, like the Constitution says.
What I don't like personally is the discussions of the content, even before the court.
You mean the merits?
The merits
of the matter. Yes.
You see, Ghana is the only place we have.
Personally, can only take a court.
Losing election will not bring your life to zero. You see, so let us agree that we will.
Some people, it's bread and butter for them.
But you are a lawyer.
Please,
because you see, as soon as the last Saturday declaration were made at Reach, the NDC, we issued a statement and said, we disregard all that. So the issue has become political. So IPAC can't resolve it. These are not electoral
political. Then IPAC could resolve, but it can't be judicial.
Will you agree? Will you agree? You and your people. Will you agree that the second declarations didn't favor you?
We are
so disengaged.
But
you understand? So you agree, and then this will
agree. Why I was calling for a swift IPAC meeting is that, you see, it could have set a certain tone or stage for the comportment of the EC officials at the various coalition centers. You see, the way they behaved, it showed that
Prof,
they are taking...
Prof, you'll be shocked.
Please.
EC officials.
Okay.
So the way they behaved suggested to me that they had taken a certain stance, and they were there to execute that stance.
Some bidding.
And I felt that, look, if there had been a prior meeting or discussion, I mean, some of these things would have been tamed or watered down. But it was not good. I mean, I was just looking at the way and manner, the exchanges and all that stuff. You are an EC official. And then the allegations of votes being declared under duress. I kept asking myself that where were the security agencies when people were being forced to act under duress?
Let me assist you. Let me assist you. Dr. Bosmansari made the point that some returning officer returning officer had a gun pointed to his head before he declared.
No, you see,
when he was asked to point to which constituency this happened, then he started talking about Tema Central. When we told him that nothing like that happened in Tema Central, then he came to Okankwe Central.
No, you see,
your own journalist from here asked him that if he said somebody had a gun to his head, where did this happen? When these processes were covered by so many media houses. So it appears that he's been given some script to narrate. And he's stuck to that narrative.
So you see why Bosmansari and Jim Mensah must go.
I don't want to talk about.
You see why they have to go.
No, these are matters on record.
I'm saying I don't want to use Bosmansari's case as an example. As a Bosmansari.
No, but as a high-ranking EC official, you don't feed into such a narrative.
Let me make my point. I'm saying that I don't want to use his case as an example because with the greatest of respect to him, I think anytime he speaks, I mean, he offends people's mood and sensibilities rather than
assuaging them.
He was your colleague.
Yeah, he was my colleague. But I think on a lighter note, he's the Napo in the EC, and I think he doesn't sound conciliatory. I mean, how do you say that those listen?
This case,
oh wait, I use it figuratively. I'm using it figuratively. He's a Napo in the EC. How do you say that those asking for your removal do not understand your mandate? I mean, others were removed before you came. And so this one, you see, if they are talking about this, you don't even say something. Just allow people to talk and then you focus on your work. But you come out and I say, sometimes I don't want to use him as an example to make my point. But the point is that if people said they acted under duress, didn't they have the opportunity to report to the security agencies who were providing security at the various collation centers? Were they reports? Do we have any documentary evidence?
Let me give you another instance of EC conduct. EC actually appointed new returning officer for Tema Central last week to do the declaration. Because the returning officer...
The re-declaration was all
the returning officer said, once NDC is boycotting the process, he thinks that then we should fix another date and come back when matters are settled so that they can participate in the recollation. They said, no. So they got a new person to do the declaration. In Okankwe Central, the same thing happened. Baba Sadiq...
they say the Ofosuhini, now he had come down.
No, Ofosuhini is actually an EC director, Metro director. It's not a returning officer. But he took over the process. But when our returning officer decided that once there's a disagreement, he will leave, they actually appointed a new officer for the same day he did the declaration. So that's the conduct you speak to. In other constituencies, they also got new officials. So it goes to EC conduct.
Then that's incompetence.
I am telling you.
Oh, how?
They appointed new people to actually supervise the process. So it was an agenda that has been set.
So where were
that Saturday it has to be done.
Where were the original officials? They were the ones who were complaining that they were forced. They acted under duress. And my view is that you cannot have security agencies there policing election, and then you say
they
that
were all fabrications, afterthoughts. There were comments made as an afterthought.
Because you made reference to something Dr. Bosmansari said in that interview that my colleague Beatrice Edo had with him. Let's take a listen specifically to what he said. Take a look.
I think everything went on excellently. We've engaged a lot of the observers from the African continent, AU, ECOWAS, Commonwealth, the International UN. All of them seem to be happy with the process. Domestic observer Kodeo and everyone.
How do you respond to the claim or allegation from critics that perhaps you are in cahoot with the NPP to prevent the NDC from absolute majority in Parliament?
You can read my lips. The Commission doesn't care who becomes majority in Parliament. We don't care who becomes minority in Parliament. What we care about is that let's follow the law. Let's do the right things. Because if we want to become an effective society, a law-abiding society, let's make sure that anyone who wants to abuse our system is not allowed. And this one, we as citizens must rise up, regardless of whoever we support. We shouldn't support anyone who engage in abuse of the law. That one will not help us.
So you're not even bothered about the claims that if it had not been transparency or vigilance on the part of a lot of people, the EC might have helped to rig the election?
I know people say things to excite their base, but let's be very clear. It's the vigilance of the EC, the citizens, which has brought us to this point where parties themselves told themselves that, oh, by 12 May, they would have gotten the results from all the polling station because of the measures the EC
but the fact that people outside the Electoral Commission were able to collate and give their results in time, and it took the Electoral Commission so long to do that, you don't think that that's inefficiency on your part?
No, that's what I'm saying. When people are ignorant about a process, the way they comment about the process is different.
So that's Dr. Bosman Asare is there. The Deputy Commissioner in charge of corporate services.
We had David Adenzikanga, we had Safo Kantanka, we had Ahins Afarijans and all that heading the Electoral Commission. We saw how they engaged the public and the utterances and their temperament and all that. But I think that the latter-day Saint appointees are not. They use quite some I mean, the tone is not conciliatory, and then I would advise that going forward, you see, you are there as an independent arbiter, and so whatever you say, there is a way to be firm and assertive without raising your voice or having that kind of intemperate tone. And then, like I said, making some of these pronouncements that sort of make people annoyed rather than calming them down, that's not, gives you also a way and festers a certain tag that people may have, placed on you in a manner that then undermines the expected neutrality and independence, of the commission. So we should generally look at this. I think the Electoral Commission needs a competent communications person. Okay, it shouldn't be the officers themselves, no, the commissioners themselves communicating. You need, there are some people, regardless of how the situation is, when they come out to speak, okay, they are able to calm down tempers and they are able to also communicate in a manner that elicits a certain acceptance. And in time past, you have people, the moment they begin to speak, people get annoyed.
I'll send you a CV tomorrow.
But in time past, they have had communication officers.
No, they need a competent communication officer.
They move him to hold to become regional director.
Eric Jakasu is in
Not people who speak, from their chest. Especially there are certain positions you cannot speak from your chest. Otherwise, like I said, then you become figuratively the Napo in the commission.
Yes, because that point is some have also supported that. It's in recent time that we haven't seen any public relations officer or communications officer for the Electoral Commission. Previously, there was Eric Jakasu, there was Silviano. I think Silviano was appointed as an ambassador. In 2017. She was a public relations officer for the Electoral Commission at some point. That's prior to the 2016 election.
But 11 is beyond. Why? Prof can head the issue now. Prof,
yes. Some people have said
Prof, you should head the issue.
No. You see, don't do that.
I will advocate for you.
Yes, Prof, it's your turn.
I've seen those messages as well.
It's your turn. Jimenez are out. Professor Jampo in.
You are too qualified to head the issue.
Okay, so why did you not? Prof, I've seen those messages as well because I'll read them. The ones that they are talking about. Okay. I'll read them.
We'll advocate for you.
So, but why did you not pursue the Obuasi East constituency case the same way that we've seen Okaikwe Central and then also Tema Central and Techiman South being now overturned, that redeclaration being quashed by the Supreme Court, this ruling yesterday? Because the Obuasi East constituency situation is almost similar to what happened in Okaikwe Central, right? When the NDC candidate had already been declared, and then last Saturday we saw a redeclaration of the NPP candidate as the MP elect. But hold on a bit for me with the answer to this question. Albert Ahin, the man you just mentioned his name, he's joining us on the telephone right now. He is the national coordinator of the Coalition of Domestic Election Observers, CODEL. He's been a director of the Electoral Services for the Electoral Commission, Eastern Regional Director of the Electoral Commission at some point. Mr. Albert Hein, good morning. Thank you for joining us on Key Points.
Morning, my brother.
It's good to have you. First off, can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm getting you, my brother.
Oh, you are not so well.
No, I'm hearing you. Please go ahead.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. Now, earlier in the week, CODEL, you recommended that there should be a rerun of the elections in the polling stations that the pink sheets have not been found. In the Dom Kwabenya constituency, 3 of them, and then also in the Ablekuma North, about 62 polling station pink sheets are being contended. Will the rerun be a solution, really, to this situation in these 2 constituencies?
Yes. You and I know very well that there's a stalemate. And what has even worsened the situation is that we don't have any of the other parties who is also in possession of some pink sheets that can be used. And I told you earlier on, some time ago, that normally when we have a stalemate like that, you rely on the pink sheets of the other party. Why we do so is that the presiding officer may have signed, the results have to tally amongst all of them. For example, if we take 3 parties, together with maybe one of the major parties that have gotten 1, if we have similarities, or they are the same figures that you find on the pink sheet, then you can readily rely on these sheets and then pronounce or declare the result. But here we are, for example, at the Ablekuma North. One side has it, the other side has the results scanned. And each of them is not prepared to accept or yield to whatever is there as evidence. So obviously, if we cannot rely on any one of them, then what else should be done is to go again and either do the whole thing or, like I said, concentrate on the polling stations that are left. And then if you do a rerun and get everybody involved, and then the results can be announced. But as it is now, we cannot rely on any result that is readily available. The EC doesn't have it. So what do? The obvious answer is that none of them is prepared to yield, so we have to do it again. That is what I said.
I see. But then again, for the NDC, they hold a strong view that, for instance, for Dom Kwabenya, they have 2 of the 3 polling station pink sheets. The NPP doesn't have it. The Electoral Commission also says they don't have it. In the case of the Ablekuma North, The MPP says they have 25 scanned pink sheets out of the 62. NDC says they will not admit the scanned pink sheets. They want original copies. The Electoral Commission doesn't have their copies of the pink sheets. So at what point would you recommend a compromise? That is, if there will be at all in this situation?
The question has the answer you yourself have given. The scan one is not being accepted by the NDC.
Yes.
They don't want to accept the scan one because they think that something untoward may have happened to it. The other parties amongst is it 11 or whatever, those that are left, also don't have any. If they don't have any to support whoever has it, if, for example, the other parties have gotten some of the pink sheets, you look at it and then they have similar figures. You have the same figures like what the other one has, then of course you will see that you have a point, you have something to rely on because the presiding officer who belongs to the UC has signed and the agents have also signed, then you can declare. But here you are with some doubt about what is happening. So the obvious choice, the alternative, or what should be done now, is to redo it, rerun, and then everybody will have his peace of mind. Because nobody, as I said, would want to yield to this kind of exercise. Like, okay, now I'm going to accept your scan results. Let's see whether we can rely on it and check the figures. If they are okay, then we can go on. So in the face of this, the obvious choice is to go again. And that is my stand.
I see. I'll seek the thoughts of my guests in studio as well. But you haven't worked in the commission, the Electoral Commission, for a number of years in various high positions in the commission, Director of Electoral Services at some point. You headed the Eastern Regional EC at some point, and many others that you have done in the Electoral Commission. Seeing how things have played out during and after this election, and even the Supreme Court decision yesterday, how does all of this strike you?
You were talking about the Supreme Court decision yesterday.
Yes.
I'm not a lawyer. But if I read what was published or was read in the news, the decision is that the NDC wasn't given a chance to defend itself when they went to court.
To be heard, yes.
They were not allowed to present their case. So what the Supreme Court is saying is that let them present their case. If they present their case and then they don't have anything in it, then of course it will be pronounced and whatever should happen will happen. But this is a case where they were not allowed to present their case. So I think they are going again for them to present whatever they want to present in terms of their defense. So if they find anything substantial, anything credible in whatever they will present, they will tell the whole nation, and then we take it up from there. So I think once they were not given a chance to explain themselves as to the decision they have taken, I think the court has taken a good decision to let them present their case, and then we take it up.
Would you also, from where you sit, because of the concerns that have been expressed, not just by some of my guests this morning, but by some members of the general public about the posture of the Electoral Commission towards some of the concerns raised about its position that it has taken on some of the issues before and during and after this election, would you recommend that some sort of rethinking and reconsideration in terms of the Electoral Commission's engagements with the public be reviewed based on your own experience at the Electoral Commission?
To be honest with you, I would say that the Commission has so far been acting within limits, within bounds. You see, it's difficult when you are, for example, in a situation to declare results and there's so much pandemonium some of the papers, for example, have been banned. And, you know, I was speaking to one of my observers who went to one of these stations. In fact, I really wanted him to see if he's gotten the pink sheet or maybe the result of the area where he supervised. And he tells me that he had to run away for his dear life. You see, when you have a situation like this, it is difficult, one, for all the other observers, for example, to be able to give an account of what happened. The EC itself will not be able to give a good account because of the pandemonium that broke out. So, you see, it is always good for everybody to exercise restraint when we have decisions like this to make, or for these declarations to be made. When we are quiet and we come out with our protest in the form of a written document, or maybe orally we say that, okay, we don't agree with this, let us do this, you write it. In fact, at the polling station, when you have a doubt about something, the rule is that put it into writing. Let the commission know your stand, that this thing went wrong, even though the result has been declared, I'm not happy, I'm not going to sign, and the reason is this or that. You see, but if you don't do this, and you resort to quarreling or maybe destroying things, it becomes very difficult for the EC to take a decision. And that is why I believe the EC is saying that at a point in time, the returning officer or whoever was returning officer was under duress.
But okay. The concern with that is that does the Electoral Commission have the power to determine and make that declaration that the electoral officer or the returning officer for that constituency made a declaration under duress? I'm sure you're very much into the understanding of the electoral laws. And does the Electoral Commission have the power to do that? Or it is the courts, as a matter of fact, that have the power to do that?
To be honest with you, I would say that when somebody says that he was under duress, it's only the court that can decide that one. As for that one, I will agree with you.
I see.
As for that one, I agree with you. But you see, the EC is also trying to say that you cannot force somebody to declare a result against the person's will. Because the gentleman himself came out later on to say that he had to be forced to declare the result. You see, so if you were the electoral commissioner, would you agree? Would you say that the result should be allowed to stand when somebody has come out, your staff has come out that he meant or there was something different, but then he was forced to say something else? Okay. No electoral commissioner will agree to this.
Yes, but that's what I'm saying.
That so the best place is the court to decide.
Right.
Like you rightly said.
So because you earlier agree with me that it is the courts, in fact, that's what the law says, that it is the courts that decides this situation of whether there was duress or not. But then again, you end by making yes, you agree.
The gentleman who said he was under duress will have to prove under what condition was he under duress.
Yes.
And that, of course, definitely will be at the court.
So the Electoral Commission cannot on its own invalidate a result so declared because of the expression of duress by its officer. It cannot do that.
It depends on the figures that are being quoted. You see, you send somebody to a polling station as a returning officer to return the results of the election. And that person is telling you that, no, what happened is different from what I did because I was there was either at gunpoint or something. I was, so such a thing definitely, I don't think any electoral commissioner will agree when somebody tells the person that I was at gunpoint, somebody was trying to bully me, and so I had to announce C instead of B. So definitely, the answer to this question, it should be the court of law. And I agree with you. Okay. I agree with you, definitely.
Right. Zion, thank you very much for your input and also your thoughts on this matter. Thank you. I know he is still watching, and so he would get in and so because you mentioned his name, so it was an intervention.
I do not see why you can talk about duress when you have security agencies, there that can come in to intervene in a situation. I don't see. And then, like he rightly said, if it is duress, what form, and are they competent enough to be able to interpret what duress is? And so, please, I think that some of these things we must be circumspect. Otherwise, like I said, we continue to fester certain ideas, negative ideas about the commission, and it is per their own conduct that festers, those ideas.
Right.
And
there was a question I asked you about.
Yes. You see, Alfred, we speak of conduct. Look at the video I sent you from Karaga.
This is Van Dyke.
Yes.
We'll show it in a bit right now.
Please. In this chaotic situation, EC accepted the results as declared. So nobody talks about Pandai. And there were serious infractions. Same applied to Damongo. Damongo, we are told that in the course of the collation, the place got bent.
Yes, that was
and results were declared at another place. They didn't finish the collation, but EC accepted that result. In Tolong, similarly. In Savelugu,
Tolong, that's where the person died.
Yes.
Habib.
Yes,
Habib, who is accused of stealing, and that case never got handled. And he sat in Parliament for 4 years. He's coming again. This time, the Supreme Court has to deal with that matter, whether he stole or he did it.
Now, in Karaga, similar situation. But the EC has accepted all these declarations as regular. Then you come to Temaseka and say, because somebody claims, and I'm told that some of these afterthought inferences to be under duress, of course, perhaps they took money, so they have to justify why they couldn't deliver. So hold on.
I mean, that we can't prove.
Well, what is interesting is the fact that there's no provision in CI 127 or PNDC Law 284 that says that where a returning officer, even a presiding officer at a polling station, if you feel your life is under threat, you may not declare.
Okay.
Yes, you don't have to declare. You understand? When you feel threatened, you don't have to declare.
You can take that singular decision.
Yes.
Okay.
That the security situation is such that you cannot declare the result.
Right.
And let your principals come in and take charge. Or let the security people make different arrangements for you. So when results are declared from polling stations, and polling stations as the fundamental units at which elections are won, then yours is to add the figures. Then you come and tell me that in adding the figures and declaring, somebody put a gun to your head. And I've been asking you to play that Bosman Sari video. He couldn't point to one constituency where that happened. And yet, he got hooked to that narrative and was actually parroting it as a deputy commissioner.
No.
It's so sad.
That's sufficient grounds
it's so
for
sad.
removal.
No, that propaganda that can be done by foot soldiers. But no, you were deputy commissioner.
If we have that tape, please, Abdallah, can we play it? Because that one is sufficient grounds for its removal.
It was played earlier, so we'll recall it. But the Fantiakwa North and Obuasi East.
Yes, Fantiakwa, the Obuasi East, I believe that in the course of heading to court, I want to be sincere that perhaps we must have glossed over it. Because they were in a similar situation. I have to admit that we are all surprised that somehow in trying to head to court, to the Supreme Court to get this thing done, we didn't add. Fantiakwa North is being handled at the High Court in Kufuor.
I see.
But Obuasi is, we all realize that somehow we didn't add Obuasi East to our prayer. And so, but I believe that we can look at it and deal with it the way it has.
Time is not on your side, by the way.
Yes, I agree. It was such a terrible omission.
So let me find out
just simply added
what is going to happen in court on 31st. What's going to happen?
On Tuesday.
On Tuesday, yeah.
The application, these various applications will have to be reheard.
Okay.
As it were.
And then a decision taken same day? You're not sure?
Perhaps, I don't know. We've gone into it earlier, if you recall.
Yeah.
And so I don't want to regurgitate my points on it. But Sinapia Kubi made a very solid point.
Because we have to be clear
as the applicants,
if you were the lawyer, he would have just withdrawn this and filed one on notice.
Yeah.
Once you file it on notice, then these are deemed withdrawn. Okay, struck out.
The one I see is on notice.
Some lawyers have come in and what they want corrected is that EC was made a party, so join NDC. That's the one you mean.
Because this is
so
EC
was made a party, so it was on notice to the EC. But NDC, the various MPs were not joined.
I agree.
So join the various
the one we're discussing was
parties.
supposed to be an ex-party application. But what I'm seeing here.
Yes, you made a point. Yes, so each one. So let's say, for example, we have the Republic versus Electoral Commission of Ghana, ex-party Eric Nana Ajiman Prempe. So what Honorable is saying, which we all agree, is that is Republic versus Electoral Commission of Ghana, right? Respondent. But you know that what you want the EC to do will affect the NDC candidate. So you must make the
interested parties.
Yes, yes. So this is totally wrong. I don't even know how the orders could have been made in their favor.
Yes.
When you know that
yet,
somebody has
these orders were made.
No.
And yet these orders were
Let's
made.
correct ourselves. And in our earlier submissions, we had taken these applications as ex-party. But
yes, so the point is that NDC was not made a party.
So I don't know why ex-party should even appear.
No, because it's a judicial review application. But NDC should have, or the various
interested parties.
Yes, or the various candidates one by one. So if you say this, let's say.
With this one, should have been an interested party.
No, not this one. He is an applicant. But versus one, Electoral Commission, two. The very
respective NDC candidates.
As an interested party.
Yes.
Because, so this from Ajman Prempe, that's Hafano.
So he should have made
the... So let's correct ourselves.
So he should have made the NDC candidate.
As party.
Yes, that's what we're correct.
On notice.
On notice.
But only
except that the relevant parties were all not joined.
Yes, the interested parties. No, relevant party. This is a relevant party.
But the NDC
but the NDC
were all not joined.
Yes. Okay, all right.
Okay.
So in this situation, we can only just amend the application.
It will be unwieldy.
Just
do a new one.
Like I say, just do a new one. Because amending this will be unwieldy.
Okay, so there's a development which I want to just bring to our notice. We understand there's going to be a collation of polling station results for Dom Kwabenya this morning.
Why?
At the old EC office. So stay with us on Key Point because we are coming. So we're already there. We'll find out. We'll find out. We'll find out. We'll find out.
Again, after the Supreme Court decision,
because I understand there were some 3 polling station results that were outstanding, and NDC said you had 2 pink sheets of the 3. The MPP didn't have none or any of the 3 pink sheets of the polling station results. So we will find out if what is going to happen this morning. But the notice that we are getting right now is that there's going to be a collation of polling station results for Dom Kwabenya this morning. So we are already at the Electoral Commission.
I will
office.
urge my NDC.
So stay with us on Key Point. We're back shortly after this quick break.
I will urge NDC not to participate.
We'll go for this quick break. We're back. I'll read your messages. We have almost 2,000 of them. I'll read as many as I can. Stay with us.
This is the reason why I love Ghana.
Then the lottery acquiring penty Yenim said Ghana and Nadim Kunim.
We are one. Ghana as one.
We are proud about Ghana. Sabaya 2 years now. Akos Asundem, I show how we are.
Africa and the rest of the world salute Ghana.
Don't forget, the lottery acquiring pen sends love. Love to all Ghanaians. The lottery acquiring pen.
Season greetings. Welcome to Labadi Beach Hotel. If you have made it this far in the year, you have every right to celebrate this blessing. And Labadi Beach Hotel is very happy to offer you many opportunities to celebrate these wonderful moments with your friends and loved ones. starting with the delightful Christmas Eve dinner on 24th December at the Aquaba restaurant. And then on 25th December, Labadi Beach Hotel will serve you an array of rich food for lunch with the Winneba Youth Choir, Ken Kabono, and DJ Coffee in attendance. Later in the evening, still on Christmas Day, dinner will be served at the Aquaba restaurant, followed by a sumptuous meal prepared by Chef Akwete and his team on 26th December, Boxing Day. Had enough yet? I hope not, because the theme is around the world. So on 31st December, you have to get into your best dress, get on the dance floor for the Labadi Beach Hotel dinner dance, where the Black Lace Band and DJ Coffee will be performing. And then we'll go to the beach for spectacular fireworks while you dance your way into the new year. On 1st January 2025, Labadi
host Giovanni Caleb.
Best of entertainment right here, live on TV3.
This and every Saturday at exactly 8 p.m. is Showbiz 360.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Showbiz 360 show on Saturdays at 8 p.m. on TV3.
Brought to you by
Betway. Winner big.
Cowbell Coffee.
It's time for you to hear the message of the gospel that will sit down into you and you will develop Christ. The Bible said those who are Christ when he appears are the ones who can what? Be raptured. And for somebody to be Christ at his appearing, you need a divine socialization process where we teach you about the Christ. And when you develop the Christ inside of you, then you exhibit the Christ on the outside. So you develop Christ in your inner man, then Christ on your outer man begin to be evident for everybody to see. Yes, so people begin to testify that truly this one is Christ.
Word of Life with Prophet John Anoche shows this and every Sunday at 7:30 a.m. on TV3.
Drug abuse does not only affect the individual, but also has far-reaching implications on public health. From morbidities to mortalities to increased crime rates and even strain on our healthcare systems, the repercussions are staggering.
Globally, more than 11.8 million deaths are recorded each year as a result of drug misuse. From drug addiction to self-medication, the causes are numerous.
That is why you need to join us on Ask Your Pharmacist as we serve you a buffet of expert advice on your health and personalized care, with some doses of healthy living tips from our experienced pharmacists and other healthcare professionals.
So tune in to your award-winning health show, Ask Your Pharmacist, your prescription for a healthier lifestyle, every week right here on the station.
My name is Farm Nellin Ofori.
My name is Farm Dr. Yaum Fuafu.
And I am Queen Na Ajeli. Together, we bring you the season 4 of your favorite health show, Ask Your Pharmacist.
Ask Your Pharmacist Season 4 is proudly brought to you by Dragnet, the Pharmaceutical Society of Ghana, in partnership with the Ministry of Health and supported by
Ask Your Pharmacist shows Sunday at 1:30 p.m. on TV3.
Welcome back to Key Point on TV3. We're live on 3FM 92.7, also on TV3 Ghana on Facebook, DSTV channel 279, all across the world on 3news.com. We're on a number of radio stations across the country. And as I indicated, Professor Ransford Jampo set the pace with the appreciation, and that has actually got a number of you also sending it in that regard. And Prof, thank you. This one from Prosper Biengo says, I stay awake at 1 a.m. every Saturday to watch this program. Thank you, TV3 and the entire team of your panelists as well, especially to Professor Asojampo and Martin Pebo, and rightly so. Rightly so. This one here from Jamal Adam, because they've been throughout the last 2 years, consistent.
December 2022.
Yes, indeed. And as I indicated, there'll be a time of very great appreciation before we end the show this morning. For good reason. Jamal Adam says, what do we tell those who are not watching this program? What are they doing on Saturday morning?
Oh my God. General Adam.
This
Wow.
Rose Adote says, thank you, Professor Jampo. You were lighting us. You've really kept Nanado's leadership on their toes to... It says, keep your non-partisan approach. I didn't get the last bit of it. Israel Bruce says, intelligent men in great NDC party. Honorable Dafiamekwa, good morning. And this one here says, Moses, good morning, TV3 workers. A special greeting to Professor Jampo. Yes, it's good you are greeting all the workers because there are so many people behind the scenes that you don't see. So many people behind the scenes you don't see. There are cameramen and women.
Jampo for EC. In fact, put the whole app.
Yes, so I have, in fact, there are some messages to that effect, actually. Emmanuel Danso says, KeyPoint has been the most educative and authoritative program in the country. Keep it up. Ofe Francis says, great job. Kofi Nyao says, my greetings to your panel, especially Andy Apiakubi. You've won lots of admiration and respect, even though you have lost this election, you say. Please make sure you make some time to be on KeyPoint outside of Parliament. This is one of the ways
Roxy that make me use.
Pardon?
Roxy didn't support me, that is why.
Oh, okay. Wow. Juwano says you can make all the propaganda of your bad governance. It is possible, but Mr. Martin Pebu and Professor Jampo will expose you. This one here from Joseph Yelyang. And the Apiakubi is a good one of the good men in MPP. Maybe if the party leadership had listened to some persons like him, what happened would be different, you say. This one also, in fact, I have 2,683 of your messages, so it keeps loading. Just forgive me. Francis Ofe says, good job. Thank you very much. Patrick, the damage caused by MPP, you says, is enormous, you say. It will take a while for our nation to heal. Okay, this one also here says, Ghanaians are interested in criticism, but not praises. February. Okay. Zege Osom says, Alfred, good morning to you and your panelists. From what we witnessed at the Supreme Court yesterday, it tells me that our justices can give commonsensical rulings, you say. Gilbert OA says, so you see why Professor Jampo took his good morning to express himself fully. Now the mandamus people have taken over the show. Thank you. Now I understand why. I think it says, good morning, Alfred. God bless you and your guests and the entire workers on KeyPoint for boldly speaking truth to power every Saturday. Keep up the good work. Philip Kofi Tete, great talk, well done. We love the program. Keep up the good work. Yao February.
So maybe you send to your...
Okay. Lawyer Dafiamekwa, please. This one is a message to you. It says, please fix the road between Peki and Have now that NDC is in power.
It's been fixed.
Peki and Have.
It's been fixed.
Okay, so that is to you, the person who sent this message. This is from Prince Anani Selassie. So that's
he hasn't been home for a while.
Okay, thank you. This one from Fred Marco says, NDC should not fail Ghanaians. If they are able to arrest corrupt officials, then I will be happy. Martin Pebu should take the word of Professor Jampo seriously. Professor Jampo will not be the only one who would hold his feet to the fire. We will all do so because we will keep watching KeyPoint. I hope he's not going to stop coming on the program.
No, I'm not.
No, please answer that question.
Wherever he goes, he will become... No, I'm not stopping. We are to help take the petitions,
we are the owners of KeyPoint.
And gather evidence. We are people's complaints, then we'll pass on. I'll be here. I'll be here to, help because we need... The middle is weak. You see, Ghanaians, the plain truth is that the non-aligned persons or what we call civil society, etc., is weak. So people like us will continue to be here because if we're all to jump into one political party or the other, there will be nobody to do the watchdog role. So, I mean, no fears.
Right. Okay, thank you. This one says, Nana Kwesi Ayimedu says, this is great. The second Independence Day of this 2024 elections is meaningless until we have entrenched, established, and linked with our neighbors in West Africa. Quite a long one from you, but thank you very much. This one here says, every state property that has been acquired through transfers or change name or ownership and beneficial ownership must be identified. Yes. Okay, thank you very much. This one here,
Public Lands Committee.
Thank you very much. Then Mavis Kusi says, I stand with those who are proposing Professor Jampo as EC boss for the next 4 years. He hasn't given any consent to that. I know. McLean sends the same message. Emmanuel Morrison is sending the same message. For example, this is over to you. You don't want to hear me read.
Please, let's move on with the program. Let's talk about that.
Odelia,
Let's continue to
quite a number of them all talking on that same. Yes. So this one here from Hadi from Pig Farm says, may Allah bless and protect all of you in your endeavors. Says key point no size. Fantiakwa, this one here. Okay. Thank you very much. Good morning, Alfred. Ghana will soon see light after January 7. This is from Amogobo Offenso. Thank you. This one here also says Key Point has been the best. In fact, it made me forget about the other programs. Anyway, but your Christmas tree has disrupted the sitting arrangement a bit. I can see how Honorable Apiakubi and Lawyer Kwebu are sitting so close to each other. Now, the Christmas tree is way behind.
They decided to sit together.
No, he's pushing me.
The Christmas tree has nothing to do with
pulling me.
I'm trying to get him to release the identity of the businessman. The businessman who brought
by nudging.
Exactly, who brought plenty cash to Parliament. Today we are going to reveal his identity.
Okay, this one here says, good morning. Please ask Dr. Ameko, I think the question that you sent, I have asked on your behalf. Thank you. This one here says, Alfred, in the matter of the ruling and required consequential orders, I humbly submit, if your father-in-law, that's your wife's father, abrogates your marriage, how do you go ahead to impregnate his daughter relying on the fact that there was no consequential orders not to do so? Would you be justified because he didn't say, per the abrogation, don't go ahead and impregnate your wife? In my view, by the abrogation of the marriage, you are automatically stopped from mating and eventually, says impregnating, and that's finito, shams. Thank you. Lord. Papa Bishu, good morning. He says he's happy about how things have played out this morning. This one here from Patrick Fafali Azameti Esquire. Good morning, Alfred. I respectfully disagree with Senior Piakubi. The effect of the Supreme Court ruling doesn't demand a consequential order to undo the gazetting. The gazetting was done based on the recollated results. Thus, once the results so declared were set aside by the court, it is automatic that the gazetting is equally set aside. Patrick Fafali Azameti Esquire, thank you. I have also Togbi Dr. Nyaho Tamaklo sent us a message this morning. Let me.
Is he not resting at all?
Pardon me?
Hey, Toby, God bless you. He's one person who is also been fighting.
Okay. Good morning, Alfred. Last week, Wednesday, I, Professor Frimpong Boateng, and Brigadier General Nuno Mensah had an interview discussion with you. Yes, we've been playing that. Toby, thank you for that. These are the points raised by me. Kindly read all. The public must know that the fact that the MPP keeps insisting that their people failed to vote is nothing but lies and failed propaganda. They still refuse to acknowledge that it's bad leadership, atrocious governance style, sheer wickedness, and yes, their inferiority complex that made Ghanaians reject them. 2, let me categorically state that the MPP did not win the 2016 elections. The then EC chair had stated strange voting numbers were flooding the system. Vigilant. This current government would have tried what happened again. It is why they couldn't even collate the results, you see. And 5, Dr. Bawumia conceded as quickly as he did because he and those around him saw clearly that the figures coming through showed them losing with quite a huge margin. And in fact, talk with Dr. Nyawo Tamaklo, this point that you make, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia himself said this sometime during the week when he was speaking to some group of persons. We have that video. Take a look. And we'll recall that in a bit. That's going to lead us to our next conversation. The MPP announcing this week that they have set up they're going to set up a 5-member committee to look into what led to their historic defeat in this election, and then also to forge ahead and plan for 2028. Professor Jampo, in his opening remarks, indicated that he's done his diagnosis already and gave a few pointers as to what led to the loss of the party. Boachi Jako has also issued a statement, but this is what Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia said in the moments leading to his concession, just about some 14 hours after polls closed, the earliest we've had in at least our Fourth Republic. Take a look.
Focus was service. Once I saw the results, and it was clear we were not winning this particular election, I thought it was not good to leave the country under tension for any length of time. In fact, by 3 a.m., we knew that we had lost the election. The Electoral Commission was going to take a few days to get to that conclusion, but our own collation, the data that we got from all the polling stations, was clear that we were not going to win this election. And so the question was, should we wait for the Electoral Commission to go through its processes and then announce in a few days' time, or do I go out immediately? There were different opinions, but I made the decision that it was better to go out. At 3 a.m., it was a bit early. People were sleeping. So I decided that we'll do it at 9 a.m. On Sunday morning. And so we gathered the press, and then I made my announcement that morning to say, you know, my opponent had won decisively, and we are conceding the election. And I think that that helped bring down the tension in the country and help the process of the transition. I made that early concession to preserve our peace in Ghana, because otherwise we could have had many, you know, incidents of violence across, and I could see the potential. And so I thought by an early concession, you know, everybody would relax, you know, the winners would relax, and we who had lost would also understand that we had lost. So that was it. And it was also very important that our democracy should be respected. The democracy is about respecting the will of the people. You may think you are right, but the people may express a different view. And so once the people say, this is what we want, that is it. It's no ifs or buts. You accept the will of the people.
You accept the will of the people. That's Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia there, the flag bearer of the MPP in the 2024 presidential election. You want to correct something very quickly before we go to this
when
next
people like
issue,
Brian Champon were saying that they will not he didn't find it prudent to call them to order. They, like water, everybody will find his own level. Now, in respect of the Obuasi East matter, I'm informed that because we were very specific in getting the orders quashed by as directed by the court.
Okay.
So the original order from the court that has been quashed didn't affect Obuasi East.
Okay.
That was why
it
was not included in the prayers that we placed before the Supreme Court.
Okay.
So that's the clarification.
Okay. Yes. Thank you very much for that clarification.
But we'll take steps to redeem that as well.
We'll take steps to redeem it. Thank you very much for that clarification. And in fact, the last part of talk with Dr. Nyao Tamaklo's message makes a recommendation that if MPP really wants to restructure, they should sack the current leadership of the party and replace them with true MPP people who have the welfare of their party at heart. For example, you made this recommendation about two weeks or so ago, but to what end? When I spoke to Richard Ahiangba, we're hoping to get him on Zoom. He's indicated that if you sack them, another group of people will come. So there should be other issues that should be corrected beyond just sacking the current executives. Prof.
The party itself has got its own ethos, tradition, and belief systems. It's a Dankwa Buzia tradition, it's a Dumbo tradition. It's a conservative party. If you get selfish people, power-drunk people who are able to strip off the party of its own tradition, then the party itself suffers from identity crisis. So MPP at the moment is suffering from identity crisis. It has no identity. I don't know whether it is not the party that the BJ Daroches headed. And led. We don't have the Ejenim Boatens, the Udui Sykes, the Alajitis in the MPP anymore. And so, what is the identity now?
We have replaced them.
What is the identity now?
Now it's about make my family rich. Ghana borrows, then Akufo-Addo's family becomes rich. That's it.
I have made that point earlier, and I'm happy Dr. Nyaho Tamaklo is also saying it, that the first thing is to ensure that you rescue the party from the claws of Akufo-Addo and his remnants. Everything about Akufo-Addo and his remnants should be anathema. You just rid the party of those things. And then secondly, the national executives, okay, clear all of them off. None of them has what it takes to fit into the MPP's tradition that we know, the conservative elitist tradition. No. You should clear all of them and then later let the party sit down and do introspection, as I said. If they contact some of us who have done research about their own electoral defeat, we will give them wise counsel about why they perform, such, symbolically, in the election. Previously, we thought that President Akufo-Addo won the 2016 elections and Mahama was defeated in an unprecedented manner. If you put the votes together, the difference, and then you compare it to what is happening now, okay, this is a super monumental defeat. And so
complete annihilation.
And so rather than coming out with some of these nonsensical explanations as to why they think they lost and all that, they should sit down and do an introspection, because if they don't take care, the party is going to collapse. Because now people are going to rescue, very soon people will be rescuing for the soul of the party. And if they don't take care and sit down and listen to advice, then the party would collapse. I like what Vice President Bawumia said about his early concession. It's just that his handlers must, going forward, I'm sure he would want to be a candidate for another election. That is if the party itself would not, people in the party itself would not want to show him that when they were forming the party, he was nowhere to be found. But if they decide to let him in, I think his handlers should let them deal with his goofowl. See, the goofowl, unnecessary laughter in the middle of speech when there's nothing funny. It doesn't. He's a gentleman, and so he should be himself and then speak like the way he wants to speak, but not those goofouls. He shouldn't come. But look, I would want to comment. If it is good, it is good. If it is commendable, it is commendable. That he was able to see way ahead of time that the party had been decimated in terms of the electoral results, and so quickly came out to concede defeat. I think it's something that we will have to commend, because, well, he could have just said, well, let's wait till the Electoral Commission declares the final results, and there would have been tension and all that. So that one, I give it to him. I think he did well. We must commend him. And you see, it's also a political strategy. Sometimes politicians do this in anticipation of their future electoral fortunes. You know, President Akufo-Addo was described as a very violent person and all that. But in the
by the time it's proving him to be that bad.
2012 election and after the 2030 election petition, you saw how he considered. I disagree with the judgment, but I respect it. And then that was sort of a statement he made that helped in dousing some of the perceptions that people had about him in preparing him to come and swindle us in 2016 and all that. So I believe that Bawumia made also this concession in anticipation of the fact that tomorrow he may want to be putting himself out there for internal electoral contestation, and he may want to lead the party again. I mean, if that's what he wants to do, we can only wish him well. But the point is that whether the MPP would be able to resurrect, or whether the MPP will remain a political party again or not, is dependent on how President Mahama takes this huge mandate that have been given to him by the good people of Ghana. And I believe, I know and I believe that he does not take this mandate lightly. And so he will govern in a manner that will be reflective of the this huge mandate that has been given to him by the good people of Ghana. And if he's going to do that, then I pity the MPP, because then it will be difficult. It will be difficult for them. And so, yes, I wish the NDC well. If they do things well and Ghana benefits, we all stand to gain. Okay, so we'll have to wish them well. But I pray that the MPP is able to hold itself together now that they would have to rescue for the soul of the party, and now that they will have to be doing things, think about doing things differently. They will have to reach out. All others that Akufo-Addo chased away, they will have to, or the custodians of the traditions of the party that Akufo-Addo chased away. One man, you allowed him to do all this to the party. Now look at the party. There is no, like I said, the MPP as now is the most unattractive political party. If I'm not afraid, I'll say the most unattractive political party in the whole of Africa. And yeah, the most unattractive. Look at the performance. A party in government. And then you are giving flimsy excuses that our people didn't go to vote. Who told you? Your people didn't go to vote. But have you interrogated why they did not go to vote? Well, that's why you don't want to talk about that.
2 million supporters didn't come out.
How did they know? And have you interrogated why they didn't go and vote? So rather than tickling yourself and trying to cover up for your own incompetence, inertia, and bad governance, you should sit down to do a proper introspection. There is a reason why the people didn't go out to vote.
Let's hear from Stephen Ntim is the national chair of the MPP. The MPP, they addressed a press conference this week to lay out the issues and then also the specific case that they intend to make to have a 5-member committee set up to reflect and do an introspection of what led to their defeat and do a preparation of what going forward. Take a look.
The leadership of the NPP went into the 2024 general elections with a lot of hope and positivity. Our aim was to secure an emphatic victory at the polls, and we worked very hard at it. As a party, we put in our best efforts in the campaign. I commend all members of the various campaign teams of the party, from polling stations to the national level, who also put in their very best in the campaign. Equally, I deeply appreciate the dedication and commitment of all members sympathizers of the New Patriotic Party for your tireless efforts. There is no doubt that the outcome of the elections was not what we hoped for. We may not have won the battle, but we haven't lost the war on the quest for a better Ghana, shaped by the ideals and philosophies of the New Patriotic Party. As leadership of the party, we share in the pain of all party faithful who have been devastated by the outcome of the elections. We understand your disappointments because we feel it too, just as the hundreds of thousands of Ghanaians who invested their hopes and dreams in this campaign do. As a party that was formed by individuals from all sectors of our society who are motivated by the ideals of development and freedom, we seek to grow the individual liberties of our people by growing a strong democracy. The party will, in the months of January 2025, set up an effective and objective election review committee to undertake a post-mortem into the outcome of the election. The committee will engage all party stakeholders and the general public on the factors and circumstances leading to our defeat. We have a firm belief that the work of the election review committee will enable our people to express their concerns and to bring out suggestions and reforms, changes, and other critical issues necessary to restructuring our party. One critical area that must occupy the attention of the election review committee is the possible need for constitutional amendments.
Stephen and Tim, the national chairman of the NPP there, and that's why I bring in the Honorable Andy Apiakubi, because you went into this election, as your chair said, it's not just the national election outcome, the presidential election outcome that did not favor you. Your constituency election outcome did not favor you as well, although an independent candidate who was from your stock won. But he talks about a critical aspect of what he says will be his recommendation for the election review committee to pay attention to. That's a possible review of your constitution in terms of how party executives are elected, parliamentary candidates are elected, and even the flag bearer is elected. What's the issue there, really?
I thought you were going to make me a student of my colleagues. As all of them pour out.
Oh, you want to listen? Okay. I'll be coming to you. You are the focal point. But I want to have the specific case of the constitutional review that the chair wants the committee to pay attention to.
Then, Mr. Kanse, if that's why I say I haven't had the opportunity to speak on this matter.
No. You will.
Let us he wants to listen to us.
Your party chairman was tired the very day he was elected. I'll come to you. I just wanted to. Your chairman, he was tired the very day he was elected. He was tired the very day he was elected. He was tired.
I would have wished to have listened to all of
you will respond to all of them when they make the point.
Nevertheless, if I have
this is the MPP that Darucha formed.
So you know that our host is giving me
Bernard Jao Darucha.
Right. What? So let me enjoy this small opportunity. Thank you very much, Alfred. And I want to also encourage all NPP supporters who fortunately find themselves in this situation to consider the results of the election as reflection of the reality of the times. Simple. If we are that sober to understand that the votes represent the people's expectations and aspirations, then we start to look at how and why, and then try to amend our ways and make sure that we prepare better than ever before in our quest to recapture power in this country. Again, I heard the chairman of the party propose a constitutional review. I think the constitutional review is even past due But I will take opportunity to also propose a constitutional review of the national, because as you create leaders in the various political parties, they climb onto the national stage and become leaders of the nation and, of course, submit to an unwholesome constitution.
Okay.
All of us become losers. We have a constitution as a political party that is so flawed in our processes of selecting leaders within the party.
Your constitution is so flawed in the process of selecting.
Out of date in the selection of leaders in the party at various levels.
I see.
So, and like I said before, after our primaries, the monetization in our politics will not bring out the best candidates for the various positions. You know that if it becomes the highest bidder takes what's at stake, then you don't get the leaders who will be able to champion. Personally, I want to also thank the party for having given me the opportunity to serve in various capacities. Don't forget that I was a leader of the youth some time past.
Yeah.
Played a role. We had opportunity to interact with party members across the country. And those youthful years, I was able to run through the whole country from region to region. And I met a lot of people who are still very good friends, and I want to appreciate people like that. I've also had the opportunity of serving my members, my constituents, as the Member of Parliament for 2 terms, and I want to show appreciation to them. Whatever I could do within those times, I'm sure I brought the best out of me for the benefit of my people.
Okay. But if you say that the MPP constitution is so flawed in selecting people at various levels, parliamentary candidates, party executives, flag bearer, what do you mean?
What I mean is that it is so easy for people to buy themselves out into political positions. And you may be able to buy yourself, use money to acquire positions. But that may not build the competencies you require into holding such offices. So once you maneuver to get into political positions, albeit with the support of an influence of materialism, you may not necessarily be the obvious choice for the positions. So the Constitution needs amendment, as my chairman was saying. I would propose a situation where delegates into any conference are not known before they vote. That way, you'll be limited by the influence of money. Well, if we agree that each polling station should have delegates, 500 delegates, if constituency should have 500 delegates, then let's have a situation of all fully paid members being qualified to contest. And then you come into the polling center on the election day, you have a ballot full of papers saying yes and no. We want to vote, 500 people to vote to select. Let us have 500 yes, and let us have maybe 2,000 no. Then you put your hand in the box, you select a yes or no. Right. And if you select a yes, then you proceed to go and vote without recourse of any intervention with any person at all.
Right.
So you pick in the first booth, you pick a yes or no. You pick a no, you come back. You pick a yes, you proceed to vote. So that you will not have access to the 500 who are going to vote for the candidate. And that all 3,000 people in the constituency may come and vote. All 3,000 come and select 500 votes. If at the end of the day, the people who come select only 200 yes votes, they go and cast, and whoever wins takes the seat. You see, so that you don't have to buy out your candidature. I think we need to be ingenious in finding a solution like this. Once we have identified delegates, then the candidates will look for them and do the untoward. So I think that as a party, let's seriously consider these reforms within the party. And generally, too, even as we progress through the party, we should also be rewarding competence and loyalty.
Competence and loyalty should be rewarded.
Competence and loyalty, rather than chronism in the party. If I become leader of a party and I'm choosing people from my family alone and trying to justify that as people who have gone to school here and there, you insult the sensibilities of those of us who didn't have probably juicy beginnings. And maybe, but I don't pay second fiddle to anybody in any institution that I've been part. So wherever you may have obtained your education doesn't, for me, doesn't really matter.
I see.
But how the education passed through you, and how education also made you a person, and how you position yourself to contribute to societal development. I think that is what is important. Not really who is your father or where did you go to school and the like.
So we saw a lot of that in this administration.
In the appointment.
In the appointment.
And again, let us not also personalize appointing systems so that the Apiakubi becomes the person who is fishing out the persons for various positions. You see, probably any person of African descent can be despotic given the opportunities. And if we have a system that is not checking itself, then people will do things that may even hurt the collective whole.
Right.
So I believe that we should build consensus even as we try to find the competencies and the loyalties. Sometimes it's very helpful to find people you probably nurture into the party become leaders ahead of you. Sometimes it dampens your spirit, defeats your morale, and for that matter also affects your output. You see, and in most cases, people also come from nowhere into the party, and they are seen, because they have associated in the party, they are seen as leaders in the party. Leadership is not by appointment through association. Leadership is by commitment and participation in a process that you believe in, having been selected as having paid your due in the course of the process, and having built the necessary experience and competence, and having understood the philosophy behind the groupage, and also pursuing a national interest that is beneficial to all.
In fact, there's a lot more that I'll come to you for, and as I indicated, because your chairman talked about the Election Review Committee in starting off from a review of your party's constitution, which you have indicated is so flawed in selecting, and that's in the process of selection of the parliamentary candidates, party executives, flag bearer. People will bring you at this point. And then he talks about the competence. In his view, competence and loyalty should be rewarded instead of chronism, that is patronage that we saw in the appointments in this administration, and then also personalized appointments and people coming from nowhere to take over the leadership of the MPP. That's from the horse's own mouth, and the person who was within the party doing a diagnosis of the problems within the party. Quite a lot more I know he's going to talk about. Because they say they'll come to the public, actually, to seek your views about what led to their defeat.
Martin is a very competent member of the party.
But let me say this. There was a question some time ago that I wanted an answer to. Someone said you are a card-bearing member of the MPP. Lawyer Martin Pebu.
Martin. Yes, I used to be. Yes.
So you are now
but
your
he
member.
has shown his card.
Yes. Yes. I brought it during the election.
But he didn't show it.
Oh, no. Okay.
No.
On one of
didn't show it.
So
but
Kufuor's time.
2023, when was Saturday?
You were a card-bearing member.
Yes, I have a card. Yes, it's in there.
You were
from 98.
Have you been paying your dues?
Oh, so I stopped. So let me tell you the history. So 98, that time, most of us, in university, we didn't want to see the Rawlings regime and all those things, right? So I joined that. I wanted to be MPP. Then 2000.
Actually, 98, 99, 2000, it was
an offense to belong to the NDC.
Exactly.
When we were in school.
Yeah.
So I lost an offense.
I lost the election in Cape
Is that a presumption that you are also a
president?
Yes, it was an offense.
So
those days.
Does it hold by presumption that you are?
I'll bring my card. I'll bring my card next
Next week.
I'll bring the card. But let me. I'll bring. Oh, it's in the car. When I get a short break now, when we are closing at 11, I'll go and bring it before we close so that next week I don't. But let me end this way too. Just two statements on it. So do you know what happened? I thank God for this wisdom, man. So after we voted for Kufuor, then Charlie up and I came in, Kufuor started spending the money. I was like, but what is different from what prevailed before? So I was like, we voted for Kufuor. We're told that Kufuor was a successful lawyer. He was rich, etc. So that meant there will be no corruption. But in no time, we saw that Kufuor himself was corrupt. So that was it. So in 2004, I didn't vote for him again. There's nobody I've voted for twice as a presidential candidate. The one I would have voted for twice is Atta Mills, but we all know that he died, right? Mm-hmm. So that's been my history with the MPP. Okay. So by, let's say, latest 2002, I'd stopped because I didn't vote for Kufuor in 2004. By 2000, in the year 2000, I voted for him. I was a member. We were proud. You know, we're like, Rollins is...
2016.
Oh, and then 2016, openly, I voted for Akufo-Addo, supported him because they said he had been prepared for what? 40 years. So I keep saying that, can you imagine how Akufo-Addo would have
40 years development plan.
Exactly. If he had prepared for only 10 years. No, let's repeat this. Yes. The story was that Akufo-Addo had been prepared from birth to be president.
40 years.
40 years. What would have been the performance if he had prepared for only 10 years? I'm sure by now Ghana would have ceased to exist. I mean, look at the greed. 73, you come in at age 73 and you are so greedy, greedier than even your mama who is a lawyer. Because you see, I look at the income. And you know, by 2016, I had worked as a lawyer for 9 years. So I saw the little I had gathered in life. And I said, if me, I'm first in my family as a lawyer, I could earn, I'd built a house, living in it, etc. And then this man is said to be about 30 years even ahead of me, and he came from a very privileged background. So straight away, I knew that, the things they say about Akufo-Addo must be true. This man is incorruptible. Not knowing he was a real epitome of corruption, You know, that mother serpent of corruption. I'm sure we've all seen it. The record is there.
Are you referring to what Martin Amidu said?
Yes, Martin Amidu said it's mother serpent of corruption. And look, I don't doubt him. So I can't say, wait. Now the Akufo-Addo is going. You wait. You see more of the stories.
You are moral.
Yeah, more of the... Yeah. We are hearing more. You see more. Akufo-Addo, champion general of corruption. Professor Jimabwedi said it. That Akufo-Addo's record of corruption is that test. And you know Jimabwedi, this is founder of CDD, right? Co-founder. So, look, well, we made a mistake. We hope it never happens again. I remember Afuku said it in 2016. You know, those days I represented Afuku. He said, look, Martin, Akufo-Addo is worse than the devil. By that time, you know, because we're angry with JM.
Paul Afoko said
it. Paul Afoko said it. I was representing him. I was representing with Dr. Atupari. Then later we brought on Osafo Boabi. But throughout the disciplinary hearings in the party headquarters, it was myself and Dr. Atupari. So, but you know, I mean, Akufo-Addo is a lawyer, etc. So when you look at the credentials and you look at JM, I mean, being a lawyer, I had my biases for Akufo-Addo. That is a lawyer. As I said, I was projecting my own life on Akufo-Addo too, because I was like, but I've worked 9 years as a private lawyer. I'm not doing government work. I don't need to see anybody. I don't need to go and see anybody and beg anything. People just see you in court and they say, will you take my case on? Or some people see you, etc. So I just thought that's the same thing Akufo-Addo is built for 40 years. I didn't know it was a pack of lies. But, well, we've paid dearly. I can't just say let's move on. We are going to hold him accountable. That one, very, very sure.
Yes, because I've continuously indicated that whenever you talk about the fact that President Akufo-Addo is corrupt, it must go beyond just what you say.
Excellent.
And prove beyond reasonable doubt that he's corrupt.
Excellent.
And so, because you're going to be consistently on this show, you say that you're going to start cases against him when he is out of office.
Yeah. Yes, and I still stand by it.
And he's just about some 10 days away from becoming an ex-president.
Yes.
I would hold your feet to the fire.
Yes, we're going to do a petition based on the work Manasseh did on the fumigation. You know, after COVID, schools had been locked for months, no activity. Yet Akufo-Addo insisted on fumigation. That was not scientifically backed. And by the time they were done, they had spent over 500 million Ghana. It was needless. Of course, it's because of what he was benefiting, right? So, and Manasseh did investigations into that fumigation contract. He did it with, Akufo-Addo did it with Zoom Lion, right? And it turned out, look, the assembly said they didn't need that fumigation. Then, but Akufo-Addo insisted. Then later they said, okay, then give us the chemicals. We'll be able to do it ourselves. Akufo-Addo said no. He insisted, railroaded, his contract into it. And obviously showing signs that he benefited. So that would be the number one case against him. That this is it. This is a president that the assemblies were clear. It's a documentary, and please, viewers, for the avoidance of doubt, Manasseh won African Journalist and the West African Journalist Awards with that documentary. So something that has been peer-reviewed outside Ghana, etc., and they saw merits in it. I think that we too, we should let the courts look at it. That what Akufo-Addo did, this over 500 million Ghana, needless fumigation, should we allow that to continue? Then you also know the other matters of the PDS, etc., right? Okay. So things that Gabi or Chiridako Akufo-Addo's this cousin is in, right? The influence Baumier's hands are also in the PDS matter. Those things, yeah. So these are things that we'll have to ask them to come and account. We can't continue to be that timid. No. We have to stand up and fight. If we don't do that to the politicians, they will always say that, oh, Ghana, talk. This is no action, talk only. No, okay. It's not going to happen. You know, there are 2 cases already in court. I'm challenging the Cicely Adapa matter. Iyoko saying that they don't find anything. When the basic thing, our training as lawyers, when it comes to money laundering, they'll tell you that the moment you see money beyond somebody's income, you are in the direction of yes.
Unexplained wealth.
Exactly, you are in the direction of money laundering. And we'll beg GM, maybe this honorable, maybe they'll make you attorney general or something. If not, we will be begging GM. We beg that Lord, unexplained wealth, try and give us. He himself has promised that there will be a robust code of conduct.
There's
for
a provision of that in the OSP law, but we intend to bring a substantive
to make it more clearer, etc. Right, so that the lifestyle audits can be done, and then especially the recovery of the money through civil lawsuits. Because I can see people are telling us a lot of people want to return the money. They don't want prosecutions. So look into that. Yes. Right. Sometimes
there's a whole provision on the OSP law that gives that regime.
Yes.
They should bring the money. You can return the money by way of litigation.
And also you can come back a civil action.
There's some breaking news. There's some breaking news I need to put out right now. Let's go straight to the Electoral Commission office. Do you understand there's some confusion there right now?
Bringing a bit of misunderstanding at this particular point in time, but it does appear that Tempest, they always find a way to calm themselves out, and that's what's just happened. And so, just by way of what's been happening here right now, Dr. Sribo Kweku was making the point that there was left with 3 polling stations to be dealt with. The NEC said no. Coalition was done, results were declared, and so they do not expect anything to happen, but it looks like the NPP's candidate Michael Kwe is speaking now, trying to get an understanding really as to what really is expected to happen. He is reiterating the court's order when the NPP filed that mandamus, but I mean there's been subsequent Supreme Court hearing in relation to that. And so he's reiterating the points where they went to court. Unfortunately, we cannot get any close to be able to bring you the details of it. But Dom Kwabenya is one of the many outstanding constituencies which has been bedeviled. They had 3 outstanding polling stations which were not included in the coalition process. He's making the argument, that's Michael Quay Jr., that they have not been a part of any coalition. So there's no coalition to start off with, where an argument can be made that there's left with 3 polling stations for coalition to be completed. He says that they have not been a part of the process, and so he's asking for a certain level of transparency and, in his own words, the right thing to be done for there to be an official record from the Electoral Commission, a declaration with the presence of both parties being present, and making reference to being given a fair hearing with respect to the first declaration that's been made. And so that's the concern that he's been raising, that they've not been a part of the entire process, and that declaration which was made is pointing to the officer. They were not a part of it. And so if the Supreme Court has made an argument about fair hearing, then he's making that same argument here for a fair hearing. And then so he's making the case that they weren't given a fair hearing, and that there was duress for a deputy returning officer to have declared Electoral Kruger as winner, insisting on the fact that he needs to be given the chance to be heard, and some 88 polling stations to happen, and then they can't proceed from there on in. And so that's really what's happening right now. And so yes, he's still advancing the argument of a fair process because he believes some 88 polling stations, he was not a part of it, and so no. Great. So that's the point, that the EC, Dr. Sribo Kweku mentioned that they were left with 3 outstanding polling stations. The Michael Quay team says no, they're not satisfied with that. When the coalition was happening, they were a part of it until it was left with 88. That 88, they were not a part of the process from there on in. And so if the Electoral Commission says that they're left with 3, they disagree, and that it is 88 that they have an issue with, and so possibly the process should start from there. Try and catch really what is happening with respect to the deputy returning officer who's been seeking to explain really what's been happening as well. Let's try possibly maybe shove our microphones to that part, and so the deputy returning officer says they've gone through. The deputy returning officer says he went through with them on all of the process and was left with 3, and the NPP is objecting strongly to that. That's what you're seeing, and so yes, that's a lot of confusion because someone stood up, but again, tempers are being calmed. Tempers are being calmed. He's asking him to sit, and he's disagreeing vehemently. A bit of swear words coming through at this particular point in time, but Dr. Sribo Kweku, Evans Nimakon appealing and asking that possibly tempers be calmed for everything to proceed and for civility in the entirety of the process. But the EC's official says that they went through the process. It was left with just 3 polling stations, and that's what is caused a lot of disagreements by the NPP, who are making the case strongly that no, that's not the case. They were left with 88. Ellen Klim is here with her husband, and they are insisting that it was we're left with just 3. At the IPAC meeting as well, they were informed they should come and handle just 3. That's Dr. Sribo Kweku. He's making the argument that he's here just because of the 3. Any other issue he's not aware of, and Mr. Nimako is here as well.
Your leadership were there. They represented you at IPAC. We are doing only 3 here. And that is what we are going to do. If you can start, you can start. And let me see who is a man. Somebody is out of it. This whole thing is an exception. Everybody's time.
I think the submission made by every minister was a genuine submission. Our meeting at IPAC, the DC was looking for 3 It doesn't mean that we are not going to go through that. Please allow me. Please allow me. We are not doing IPAC.
So Mr. Nimako appears to be explaining further new details about the fact that at the IPAC meeting they were to discuss three polling stations, but it doesn't mean that if there are concerns with others, they cannot go through it, and so that's the point he's making, that the 367. It doesn't mean that those others have not been resolved, and so the point being made by the Michael Quay team is fair, but Dr. Tanko Computer appears to be vehemently opposed to the arguments being made, making the case strongly that Mr. Nimako is deceiving Michael Quay and the rest of his team, and that it's just 3 outstanding constituencies, or polling stations rather, that are to be dealt with. Just forgive us because of the fluidity of this particular development. There will be a lot of back and forth in terms of a mix-up between polling stations and constituencies, but we are dealing specifically with the Dom Kwabenya constituency, where there are 3 outstanding polling station results, and that's to be dealt with. Shortly, and so the 3 are to be the 3 are outstanding is what is supposed to be dealt with, and then they can make progress. But the Michael Quay team says 88 polling stations is what is outstanding, and so they want the 88 done. It looks like there's a lot of confusion now with respect to the number of polling stations left to be dealt with. It looks like Dr. Sribo Kweku has now called Mr. Nimako and then Dr. Tanko Computer, along with the Director of Elections at the Electoral Commission, into another meeting to trash out really these issues. Tanko Computer is opposing strongly to the arguments being advanced that, look, the fact that they agreed at IPAC that 3 polling stations were outstanding and were to be dealt with does not mean that polling station issues cannot be brought here for a conversation, which the NDC says cannot be the case, and that he's seeking to deceive the Michael Quay team who are present here. And so that's what's happening. The agents have been called in. I see Peter McMahon as well, who's joined that small meeting, and they are seeking to trash that out outside of the respective agents of the 3 candidates, because there's a PNC candidate who is present here as well, and from the look of things appears to have tagged up with the NDC, insisting that it's just 3 outstanding polling stations, and that's what they're seeking to trash out at this particular point in time. in a secluded area, away from the rest of the table where the collation is expected to happen at, so that we can get an understanding briefly as to really what is happening. But it does appear that appears to be the difficulty and the misunderstanding currently brewing. They are attempting to work that out in terms of what is expected to happen. But the question is being asked where the 367 polling station collation was done at, because the agreement was to firm up 3 so that they can make progress, is the argument Mr. Nimako is making. But we're yet to get an understanding properly as to really what the way forward is. And so the tango right now is that at that IPAC meeting, we were told that there were 3 outstanding polling stations to be dealt with. But now it does appear it's moved away from the 3 to 88 by the Michael Quaid team, and that has become a subject of intense debate and contestation. And so they are insisting on finalizing on the 3, and that's the point of the NDC, because so yes, this is your election command center. We're trying to eavesdrop whilst provide you with details right now with regards to what's happening. I see that Okwe Jr. Is currently seeking to engage the media. But just talk to us. You're the PNC candidate. National organizer.
My candidate for Dome Kwabinya.
Which candidate is this?
That's Doris, PNC.
And the subjects, the issue of contestation now has to do with 3 against 88.
It's 3. Police station we agreed last week and this morning. And then we are coming to do the 3 polling station. Massa, the young man has lost. I make reference to the MPP. You understand? He should come back the next 4 years and then make his own work. He has lost. There's nothing. So we are here to do the 3 polling stations. Nothing else.
The subject about 88, because they're making the case that they weren't a part of the process.
Look, after the 88, 11, or all those things, it's non-starter. We agree on 3 polling stations since last weekend, this morning, in IPAC. We understand.
The IPAC meeting this morning.
This morning. From there, we move to the coalition center. You understand? You don't have the PCs. Ask them. Look, since last week, they asked them. They should bring their PCs. They don't have PCs. You understand? And then the MPP were able to provide, the NDC are able to provide their PCs. You don't have the PCs. How do you justify your case? Massa, Makwe lost the 10. He lost.
So for you, that's.
Come again.
So you expect him to agree?
Massa, that is it. It's simple as that.
Thank you. All right, thank you. And so that's the PNC's candidate who says that he's here representing his agent, and it looks like some headway may have been made with respect to what is expected to happen now going forward. And so we will seek to get an understanding again, really, from here on in as to what should happen. Banabio is the director of elections, is seeking to provide a bit more clarity at this point in time. At this particular point in time, and so the returning officer, Mr. Banabio, is making the case that Mr. Banabio is telling them that the returning officer says that he's done the work in respect of all the constituencies. It's just left with three outstanding polling stations. Hence, that is what they should proceed with. That's the argument that's been made, and so that's what Mr. Banobio is seeking to have addressed. But the Michael Quay team says they do not agree, and that there needs to be work done with respect of some 88 polling stations, and so that really is a subject of contestation. There are those who even make the argument that, to start off with, all of this should not be happening because of that Supreme Court decision, but it remains to be seen really what will happen from here on in. And so it looks like there's even misunderstanding with some regards between the NPP as well, because Mr. Nimaku is seeking to pass across some details, but he's not being allowed to, which has kind of pissed him off a bit. But this is your election command center. We're bringing you details from the Greater Accra Regional Office of the Electoral Commission, where coalition, make an argument of recoalition, coalition, you call it what, is happening for Domi Kwabenya. The indication we get is that it is in respect of three polling stations, and today, upon arrival, the Michael Quay team says that it has to be 88 and not 3. And the NPP's position is that it is 88 and not 3. The NDC says that cannot be the case because at IPAC it was agreed that it was 3, and so it would just be 3. And so it remains to be seen really what happens from here on in, and then we'll try and get a bit more in terms of what happens right now. But the PNC seems to be backing the NDC in this respect. We'll get a reaction from all of these individuals, the NDC, the NPP, the respective candidate as well. But for now, we're seeking to be able to make meaning really of everything that's been transpiring up until this point, and then we can make sense of exactly what really is transpiring. Thank you. Here at this particular point in time. But this is your election command center, and we're bringing you details, as I mentioned, of ongoing attempts by the Electoral Commission to finalize really constituency results, parliamentary, for Dom Kwabenya. It's been a hard sell, it's been difficult up until this point, and even as we've been here over the last few minutes, there's been a general sense of difficulty with respect to the number of polling stations outstanding. The NDC insists that it is just 3. The NDC insists it's just 3. The NPP says it is 88. The returning officer, with respect of the Dom Kwabenya constituency, says it is 3. And so, really, that is the position the Electoral Commission is taking. But it does appear that the NPP and the Michael Quay team are not pleased with that. They are asking that it is 88 and just 88, which needs to be looked at again. And so we need to get an understanding really as to what is the way forward. But for now, and from what we're seeing, it does look like officials of the Electoral Commission are going through the polling stations again, there's a laptop in front of them. They are going through it. They are seeking to cross-check, cross-reference. I've just seen a bit more officials from the headquarters of the Electoral Commission who've just come through as well, seeking to aid the entire process. But in your purview right now, you see that officials of the Electoral Commission, the returning officer, the man who is believed to have made the declaration is the one in the red cap, and he is seated there and is going through the polling stations with the Greater Accra Regional Director, I understand, of the Electoral Commission, and then Mr. Banobio as well, who was there at some point in time. Dr. Siribo Kweku is still around. There's been a lot more officials from the headquarters of the Electoral Commission who've come through as well. And so for now, they are going through that. But far away from what is happening right now, you see Peter McMahon, Evans Nimako, and then Michael Kwe Jr. as well in a tete-a-tete, seeking to clarify the position of 88 as against 3 polling stations. The Michael Kwe team, who spoke earlier, said that he was a part of the process until it was left with 88. It was left with 88, and so he expects that the 8 is what will be taken care of. Dr. Siribo Kweku, I get the indication, is seeking to tell them that, come, let's do this thing so we can make progress, and they're seeking to explain their position to him again. And so that's what's happening. Mr. Banobio right now is going through the paces again, going through the polling stations again with the returning officer and his deputy, seeking to understand really how many more polling stations are left for the results to be finalized and for potentially a declaration to be made. And so there's a lot more conversations, different conversations with respect to what should be the way forward at this particular point in time. The NDC is strong in its resolve, and there's a reason why they're strong in their resolve, that it is just 3, because they have pink sheets for these 3. We got indication from Dr. Rashid Tanko Computer that they had 2 out of the 3, and it was just 1 which was really outstanding going forward with respect to what should happen. And so that really is the bone of contention. 3 as against 8. I mentioned that a lot more officials from the headquarters of the Electoral Commission have come through. I've seen Dr. Siribo Kweku move away from Mr. Nimako, Evans Nimako, Peter McMahon, and then Michael Kwe Jr. is returning into the very guarded area where the cross-checking is expected to happen. And he seems to be asking questions whether they have results and pink sheets for the respective polling stations they're asking for. He's asking that they are cross-checking them. Do they have pink sheets for theirs? It does appear the NPP does not, because the expression from Dr. Siribo was seeking to do a lot of interpretation from afar because we cannot get close, suggests that they might not have the documents to back their claim at this particular point in time. We'll get the indication shortly for you as to really what it is, but yes, that really is the case right now. A cross-checking from the Electoral Commission with the returning officer, and then a return possibly to the work that should happen. But Elikle Makrugu is here. She's with her husband, and the husband, per law, is expected to be present at the coalition center. He's made his point strongly that they are not going to allow for any other polling stations outside of the 3 to be done. In fact, other reps from different political parties, because Ahafwano, I suspect should be north because we didn't get the constituency's presidential result, is also expected to be collated. And so the reps who were present at IPAC yesterday have also made the case that they got the indication that it's just 3 that was supposed to be dealt with. It does appear now that Michael Quay and the leadership of the NPP who are here have finished with the lengthy conversation, and he's returning to his seat now. No, he's making a return again. He's not returning to his seat. He's not returning to his seat. So let me try and get Dr. Rashid Tanko computer. A lengthy back and forth really with respect to what should happen. You're making the case and making it strongly that only 3 polling stations must be considered. The Michael Quay team says it's 88.
Well, I am saying that long since, after the declaration and the EC said they were having problem with some constituencies, they issue a statement. Okay, a statement. And in their statement, they were very clear in their mind that Domi Kwabenya, there were only 3 issues that they have. 3. That they had done collation for about 370, and it was now level 3. We didn't force them to issue that statement. They called us for IPAC meeting on 24th to look at the 3. We sat and discussed the 3. They asked MPP, they said they didn't have the pink sheets. We brought 2 of the 3 they were looking for. So they said today they will want to authenticate those 2 that we brought. So this morning we had another IPAC meeting, attended by Evans and McMenu, senior people of the NPP. We tendered in evidence the 2 pink sheets. The EC fortunately had carbon copies of those polling stations, and they compared and realized that it was genuine. What we brought was genuine, completely genuine. They made calls among the commissioners, and they all agree that these are genuine documents of the EC. Therefore, their decision was that, let's go. We are now satisfied that these 2 polling stations are correct. But the 3rd one, we have issues with it. So we are coming to add the 2 polling stations to the already existing resource. Okay? And then check the one who comes second. If he's able to catch up, if they add the reserving one, registered voters, then they will go for a rerun for that 1 polling station. But if he's not able to catch up with the winner, they'll declare the results. That is their rule. We all agreed and said, fine, fantastic, no problem. It is finished. So we decided that let's move together. That's why we came with convoy to do that one. Only for them to arrive here. And they are talking of some 88 polling stations. Where is it from? So that's why I was telling McMillan, you are a senior McMillan. Did we talk of any 88 at the IPAC meeting? They were saying that the fact that they agree on the 3 doesn't mean that they should look at the other. Who told you that we should come and look at the other ones? Interestingly enough, at the IPAC, they were introducing some 11 polling stations. They didn't talk of 882. They brought 11 matter, and we disputed it and told them that, look, the EC has nothing to do with your 11th. The last IPAC we sat, we didn't even talk about 11. We were all talking about 3. Today, you are talking of 11. So when we disputed it and threw it out today, here, they are talking of 88.
You feel the leadership has not been able to communicate properly to the Okwe team because they are seeking to hold this process until the 88 are considered?
Well, the question is, they cannot, because they cannot vary the decision of the commission. They don't have that power. The officers here don't have that power. They are just conveyor belts of what the decision taken at IPAC. That's the highest body. They are conveyor belts. Anybody who is disturbing that one, the security know what to do. They take them out. It's a conveyor belt. We all agree to it. I was there. I represented the party at the meeting. Mark was there. Evans were there. All of these people were there. So what kind of thing is going on? They don't allow the thing to go on. When they say that they were not part of the 88 coalition, were we there when they did the declaration, the Kokofute, the concert party they did here? When they declared 7 seats for them, were we there? Didn't they say regulation 48, CI 127 says if your agents are not there or candidates, it doesn't invalidate it. So they don't read again. or their reading capability has gone somewhere. What are they talking about?
But for now, it does appear that that's the bottleneck right now. No progress is being made at this particular point in time.
So it's finished. They are finishing. They will announce the results now. It's only 2 results they are adding. Take your calculator and I'll give you the results. And you know who has won the election. They know they have lost. They've lost.
Confidence, Electoral.
They've lost. Electoral is the winner. It's finished. Madam Jidmensa says it's finished. It's finished. This one is we are just wasting their time.
All right, we'll talk again. That's Dr. Rashid Computer speaking to us. Says that it's done. It's finished. There is nothing else for contestation. But you see, Michael Quay Jr. strongly making the argument and insisting that it has to be 88 polling stations, and that's the only way that this proceeds, and then progress can be made. We're seeking to be able to move across the area, and then we can get Michael Quay,
right,
who is still arguing.
Right, so as my colleague Eric Mayonek there at the Electoral Commission Greater Accra Regional Office, what you've been seeing is that earlier communication of the collation of some outstanding polling station results in the Dom Kwabena constituency. That's at the EC office. Well, we were earlier told 3 polling station results were outstanding. We understand now, as you heard Dr. Ashitanko Computer speak, the MPP now is talking about 88. In your shots right now is Michael Quay Jr., the candidate for the MPP in the Dom Kwabena constituency, Peter McMeno, and then also you had Benjamin Banobio, the Director of Electoral Services as well, and then also a few other officials of the Electoral Commission. Dr. Sheribo Kweko is there as well. So now we will keep an eye on what's happening there. But as far as we do know, there has been before this moment, some resolution at an IPAC meeting earlier this morning, before this, that there was 3 polling stations outstanding. But now we're hearing 88. People, we were on a path before we went to the EC office.
Yeah. Okay.
I wanted to conclude on that point quickly. And a number of our viewers and listeners on 3FM are now asking for evidence of what I asked, whether you've been an MPP member before.
Yeah, the card is here.
Your current stance is a bit, so you have the card now, the MPP member.
Only he's not in good standing.
So I've stopped.
In good standing.
And I've stopped. So I told you that by 2002.
No, let's show it to the camera well. So,
yes.
This is your card.
Yes.
The party.
And which constituency were you registered?
Okay. South.
Yes.
Okay, so you can please show it to the camera.
At that time, Kaneshi area, I lived at
Kanchia police station.
I lived at this Bubiashi those days. So you see it. And the card, if you want to test it, we can do carbon dating.
Yes.
Test the card to see its age.
No, you are
in fact, his membership predates that of Apia Kubi. You are a latter-day member.
Yes. Turn it around.
His membership is a senior member. He predates you.
I'm a founding member.
So
when I was
Martin Pebo, you have been a member of MPP before.
When I was a youth organizer, he was not even a member.
In fact, he was a member. The issuance of the card only formalized that.
1982.
I started in 98.
Where's your card?
I started in 98. Then by 2000, then I went in for the card formally.
Thank you.
Fever pitch we're ready to give it to MPP because we're sure that Atta Mills could not come. We're tired of
Martin is actually a founding member.
Excellent. That's all.
But so you've proven beyond reasonable doubt.
Oh yes.
Yes. So let's conclude on the point you were and then
and you paid 1,000 Ghana at the time.
Yes.
And the value of 1,000 Ghana is 2,000.
That's more. The other ones that would not have been recorded here. Yes.
Because he has not been in good standing since 2000.
Yeah. So listen. So Kansi. Now we're doing the postmortem for them as they come along, right? To talk to us. So what I'm interested in is the reasons for the defeat. Atta Kennedy, their own party member, did a piece on
the founder.
it. Founder. I want to read part of it a little bit.
We don't have founders.
It says that, so at Kennedy, my party, the MPP, through its steering committee, has issued a statement that reads, blah, blah, that's the one to do the post-mortem, find out. They call the public, so let's get to this side. The steering committee of the party has initiated consensus building engagements to develop a clear pathway to probe the outcome of the elections, etc. They also called on the public to condemn the looting of EC offices, etc. by the public. How time changes. The party that saw looting, that saw nothing wrong with vigilantes entering courtrooms to free foot soldiers, or the killing of citizens in the election 2020, or with the Ayasu West Wagon, has found its voice against vigilantism now. Ladies and gentlemen, this Nkwasiasem is happening now because of the nonsense we tolerated and encouraged. We must stop this because an eye for an eye will make all of us go blind. As for the probe, let me save them trouble. Okay?
Okay.
We lost because we spent 8 years looting public coffers.
Who is saying this?
At Kennedy, manifesting incompetence, displaying arrogance, like Professor Jampo said, and nurturing galamsey. Then we picked the public eye of this crime against Ghanaians. Yes. The man who argued that $1 to 4 cedis was too high, but the fundamentals were sound with $1 to 16 cedis. So referring to Baumia, the man we touted as the most influential vice president in our history, who transformed into a mere aplanque at election time to lead us boldly over the precipice. But that is not all. So Dr. Mahmoud Baumia, no, but that is not all. Okay. Then he also talks about Ashanti region being once led by Dr. Donko Fojo, etc. But today you have Chairman Wuntumi as regional chairman, etc. You say it. So that is it. So you've heard it all. The reasons for the laws, all right? The corruption was too much.
What did he mean by Ashanti region chaired by Donko Fojo?
Yeah, Donko
Wuntumi.
Wuntumi, that we have a case against him, and that reminds me,
MPP is an elitist party, and so to have
yes, Wuntumi that can't construct two sentences. He can't string two sentences together.
Well, so you say you have a case against him.
IG Dampare, our case against Wuntumi, the chairman Wuntumi, Akunta Mining, we've not forgotten that case. Please, that case must go to court at least before you leave office. The Galamsey case, we brought you footages, we brought pictorial evidence, yet IG Dampare and Faustina and Dokofi have sat on this case and they are just doing everything. Listen, everything you did to save Wuntumi has not worked. MPP has lost. So you better let that case go to court, at least, so that you can redeem your image a bit. Otherwise, when you leave office, Dampare and Faustina and Dokofi will say these were people who came to help MPP. But at the end of the day, the people of Ghana saw through and threw all of you out. So do something to redeem your image.
Okay. This Galamsey fight. You want to make your point? Yes. Against who?
We'll explore it.
Case. You see, when you go...
But Fred Dame, you know, crooked dog.
I want to hear you.
When you are a complainant in a criminal matter, and it is not being attended to, it is not Dampare that you need to attack. It is Attorney General who is supposed to do the prosecution. And the same mandamus application that you bring to public servants. He is also one of them.
No, but Attorney General is giving the police fear to prosecute.
No,
the police haven't said they cannot.
When you send
the police ought to conclude investigations and send the doctors.
And they haven't done that. Not even all of the offences. This guarantee, the AG hasn't said police cannot prosecute.
Of Attorney General to ensure prosecution.
Yes,
it is not doing it.
It's an Article 88 mandate, we all know. But Martin's complaint is that the complaint has not been acted upon.
If you have sent me and I'm not going, it doesn't mean that you cannot attack my president.
Yes.
So go ahead. You have done the mandamus application all right. So It's a public officer who has a statutory duty and he's not performing.
Okay.
So why would you leave that?
This is a non-judicial mandamus. He's calling out you, saying that do your duty.
Yes, but in the same way,
this platform is strong enough.
Yes, because Galamsey is killing us. Galamsey is poisoning us.
I'm not contesting you.
It's poisoning
I'm showing you that. Other than that, you can also compel him to perform.
He's compelling him using this platform that he should act on the complaint.
Okay, well, thank you.
Galamsey is killing us. My last statement on it. So, Dampare, this is your last chance. Do something. Do something before, like we say, before you die. Let this case go to court. Let Chairman Wontumi, that's why I said, like we say, let Chairman Wontumi be put before court. Akunta mining before the court. Because otherwise, you have no legacy.
Are you sure that they haven't finished?
Okay, thank you very much.
Well, no, but Martin, have you checked to see what happened between him and Attorney General?
The last Attorney General was yes. Attorney General said he hadn't even cited a docket, that they've not brought it to him, which means that they think they can handle it. That's why the last time AG was asked, that was before the Japa tape. But after the Japa tape, he ceased to be my AG.
Bring AG
the Japa tape, should have sacked Godfrey Dami. So he ceased to be my AG when the Japa tape came. Because he's occupying that office illegitimately. And 3 months ago, I told him in court, I told Godfrey Dami in court, 30th of October, it was all being pompous in the Supreme Court. I said, look, Dami, you'll be out of that office in 3 months. He was talking plenty. He thought I was joking. Ask him. I told him on the 30th of October, that was the day they did your application. That's the review. Yes. The MP's seat, this is saga. That one, Speaker Babing declared the 4 seats. They said, Dami was in court feeling all pompous. He behaved, to cut a long story short. Then I said, Dami, in 3 months, you'll be out of that office. He was talking plenty. He didn't acknowledge. Maybe he believed in the rigging machine. The rigging machine didn't work.
You read something from Dr. Arthur Kennedy.
Yes.
There is another release from Boachi Chamantinge Jakon, the former Minister of Energy. That's in the first term of President Akufo-Addo. We have that as well.
And a contestant in the presidential primaries.
At some point, yes. Yeah. Let's put that.
How is that?
But I thought
Chamantinge Jakon's piece. No,
I thought you showed us this and you wanted us to comment about
you will. You will. I want to clear. I want to clear this. Yes, I want us to get done with this. But when we are moving on that matter, we don't have to come back to this. Right?
Okay.
Okay. So let's see what Mr. Boachi Jakon put out earlier. It says the clarifying effects of the election 2024 are now manifesting themselves. There's now a clarion call for various actions and steps to be taken to rescue our party, the MPP. Some are demanding that, quote, we take our party back, unquote. Like Professor Jampo has just said, various suggestions are beginning to emerge on the types of reforms that our party must embark upon, as Honorable Apiakobi indicated. All these are good ideas and are welcome. However, we must properly gather all of them together and arrange them to avoid a haphazard and an incoherent set of knee-jerk reactions. In response to a similar situation, albeit less humiliating, there arose a grand conspiracy in 2009 that seized the party under the guise of pursuing reforms and put it in the hand of one man, creating a Caesar thereby. The current clamor, in my mind, seeks to undo the effects of Caesar, quote unquote, on the fortunes of our party.
Who is Caesar?
Who is Caesar?
Caesar is
he didn't mention the
symbol of authoritarianism.
In so doing, the author did not mention a name. In so doing, we must proceed with care and diligence in our search for restoration and healing so that we do not end up repeating the mistakes of the past. For a start, we must ponder on the following central points that are engaging our minds. One,
Deputy Commissioner.
Let's go. We may have a clear idea as to who we are taking our party from, but we must be very sure of whose hands we seek to put the party. We must strive to avoid the situation where we repose total trust and confidence in one man who will then seize the party and treat it as if it were his personal property and the rest of us as his minions to be tread underfoot. 2, we must be absolutely clear as to what form of political organization we seek to model our reform on. We must ensure that our efforts this time round create a party of like-minded men and women in pursuit of building a nation for the benefit of all, rather than an organization hijacked by a cabal to transfer public wealth into private pockets, or worse still, a cultic organization that in supine impotence bows to the whims, supine impotence, bows to the whims and caprices of an individual.
To lie is supine.
You know, these are the central issues that must seize our attention.
Yeah, your back is on the ground.
People who forget their history
helpless.
Keep making the same mistakes and keep having to start over rather than being able to build upon the wisdom and the accomplishments of the past. These are the words of Boachi Chemache Jakon, the former energy minister.
Yet, thank you very much.
What has he got to say about this? It's not his part.
Yes, no, about
they are coming to the public.
Yes, these are very strong words.
Supine impotence.
Yes, these are very, very strong words.
In that case, you will never recover.
To describe, no, that is, you are totally helpless.
No, it means you will not regain.
The accounts will say,
you will regain the potency.
No, the accounts will say,
regain the potency.
You see,
no, friend,
what it means to say is that, like the accounts will say, party they are helpless. Their back is on the ground.
I want to apply the words properly.
Yes. You'll be invoking other images.
Be a vandal to interpret it properly.
Yes.
Hey. No return to potency.
Very well. So, moving to the specifics, I want to commend himself and Dr. Kennedy for making their views known on the reform that the party intended to undertake. Look, I think the NPP copies the NDC. And when Professor Mills introduced door-to-door campaign, he was ridiculed. All sorts of things were said about him by the NPP. But today, they've adopted door-to-door campaign. When we lost heavily in 2016, and Kwesi Boatwell was commissioned to undertake a review of why we lost heavily that way, we were ridiculed. NPP ridiculed us. People like Amfu, what's the name? They had a chairman in Tema, Amfu Sefa. They ridiculed us and said all sorts of things. But a couple like Obribwan said, no, as a party, we ought to be very careful. We ought to take a leaf from the Kwesi Boatwell report to guide the NPP going forward, because we may, if we are not careful, we may fall in a similar situation. 8 years down the line, Obribwan predicted it. You understand?
Right.
So it is good to always review your performance after every election, every general election. And so I want to commend the NPP for doing that. But NDC did it. We audited the reasons why we failed in the 2016 general election. And we have since rehabilitated ourselves, our systems, and today we are here. So they should pay attention to the issues, because whatever it is, they are a major competitor. And I wish them all the best. But like Boachi Jaku said, they have created a Caesar. And in classical history, everybody knows the symbolism of Caesar in terms of politics, in terms of our body politics. Let me make this point. Regarding what is happening in Domi Kwabina, all right, at the EC office at Reach.
Yes. When understand there's some recollection that has been agreed upon. Let me just establish this quickly. Please, let's go quickly back to the Electoral Commission Greater Accra Regional Office, what you're seeing on the screen right now. Earlier, there was this contention about whether 8 or 33 polling, 88 or 33 polling, that's 3 polling stations, I beg your pardon. Now, we understand that there's been a resolution to collate 3 polling station outstanding results. Let's go there now.
And so, Michael Quay, 50,567, 50,567. Right, and so difference is 165. That's the difference between the 2 candidates, 165 after the 2 out of the 3 outstanding polling stations were included. And so after the 2 outstanding was added, the NPP's Michael Quay had 50,567. Faustina Likli Makrugu had 50,742. The difference between the 2 candidates is 165. And so 50,732 rather, not 42, and 32. And so the difference between the 2 is 165. If anything is to go by, what we've heard, what we've heard is anything to go by. We're seeing Mr. Nimako make the case that they want to see the total against the apping sheets to get the indication as to whether or not it tallies, and that is what they're asking to be done. But the agent of the NDC is signing the statement of poll and declaration form at this particular point in time, because they are in the lead with 165 votes difference, and so that's what's happening now. But we were told that if the difference between the 2 candidates is such that that 1 polling station outstanding, the results can influence the votes, then it is the case that they will have a rerun in that particular constituency. And we get the indication that that outstanding polling station has a voter population of some 500 or 689 registered voters with respect to that 1 outstanding polling station. And so, well, a question was asked, and the NDC agent strongly came out saying they are not lazy, they weren't dancing at the campaign, much to the chagrin of the NPP, because the NPP team asked how the EC arrived at the numbers, which almost seems to tally with the NDC is asking for a declaration. The NDC is asking for a declaration to be made. The NPP is strongly opposing that at this particular point in time, and so the forms are being filled. The numbers appear to tally with that of the NDC. The NPP does not agree. The NDC is asking for a declaration to be made. The NPP's supporters, because that individual who's speaking vehemently is not an agent. Only accredited agents or agents identified are within the inner perimeter. And the statement of the NPP being lazy is what has really riled them up at this particular point in time. It's being moved away by one of the officials, the police officers here. And so the argument is continuing. Whether or not you were there when the collation was done is a question being asked by the NDC. as the NPP strongly counters. But this is your election command center. They're seeking to bring certain level of calm to the entire process. Mr. Nimako is rebuking his agent with respect to hitting the table, and the arguments are quite intense between the two masked men because they both are in nose masks and their faces not clearly seen for you to be able to ID anybody with respect to the arguments they are making. Mr. Okwe is on his feet and is seeking to make an interjection, but Dr. Siribokwe was asked him to take his seat. He's seeking to make a point strongly as to what the way forward is, and threats to a certain level being issued from the two marksmen, one each from the NPP and the NDC. But Mr. Siribokwe, so he's accusing the NDC marksman is literally accusing the NPP marksman of insulting him. Mr. Nimako is an arbiter. Has been seeking to preach peace and calm the waters. And Dr. Siribokwe is seeking to make that declaration, which I suspect will be a rerun in that one polling station. 665, 669, and so they are going to inform the commission for a final decision to be taken on the way forward. But he's seeking to make a point, and so that is the point. There is going to be no declaration. Mr. Nimako is asking for a copy of Form 1C, which is the statement of poll and declaration form. I suspect the NPP says they don't have a copy of it. They're asking, the Form 1 is a coalition sheet. Right, so what we're seeking, what the NPP is seeking to get is a copy of the collation sheet, and that's what they are seeking to get a copy of before they can leave. What is expected to happen is what is expected to happen is that the NPP says they want a copy of the collation sheet, but a question is to be asked whether or not and so they are making the case for a copy of the collation sheet to be handed to them. The big question being asked is whether or not a declaration will be made. It doesn't look like there will be a declaration in respect of announcing Electoral Akurugu as the winner of Domu Kwabenya. There's still a stalemate with respect to that, because there has to be a rerun of a possible rerun of that one polling station. From 1C, the coalition sheet is what Mr. Nimako is asking for on behalf of the NPP, because they weren't present when that initial declaration was made for Electoral Akurugu. For Sinali claim Akurugu, and so that is the development right now. The disruption meant that one polling station, both parties do not have it, and so we're seeking to get a bit more in terms of an understanding as to the way forward. Right. And so the Form 1C, which I believe is a coalition sheet, the coalition sheet now I believe is being filled by the Electoral Commission officials for the NPP team who are present. There's a lot of conversations happening, but by way of information for you, Dr. Sribokweku went through the details again with respect to the numbers both candidates had polled. Michael Kwe Jr., 50,567. Elikli Makrugu, 50,732. The difference between the two candidates is 165 votes. Now that one missing polling station, which both the NPP, the NDC, the Electoral Commission do not have details of, has 669 registered voters. Meaning, if that number is added to Michael Kwe Jr., he wins, Dom Kwabenya. And so a decision cannot be taken. He says they are going back to report to the commissioners for a decision to be taken. I reckon it will be the subject of another IPAC meeting, but if we can glean anything from what Dr. Rashid Tanko Computer told us, is that they were going to seek to rerun that polling station, which is in the Abokobi area, a polling station around that part of the country. And so finally headway appears to be being made with respect to Dome Kwabenya at this particular point in time. But really, what next is the big question, because I must mention as well that there's presidential coalition expected for Ahafo North as well. And that's why you see LPG agent and a host of other agents. You see Peter McMahon amongst other individuals all present here and accounted for, waiting to go through the process. But now they are filling the Form 1C, which is the collation sheet for the NPP, because they did not have a copy, because they were not present when the declaration was made for Elikplin Akurugu somewhere December 9th, earlier on this month. And so that is the level of progress that's been made up until this point. It still appears that there is no winner at this particular point in time. You cannot say Elikli Makrugu has won. You cannot say Michael Kwe has won. There's a difference of 165 votes between Elikli Makrugu, who's leading, and then Michael Kwe Jr. This is a seat that the NPP has won comfortably for quite a while. Sarah Ajwasafu, the incumbent member of parliament for that particular constituency, was not retained by delegates for reasons which included she going AWOL for close to 2 years when there was duty to be carried out in Parliament. She was gender minister and had left the shores of the country. The constituents argued that it was one thing they could not forgive her for. And so when she went into battle again with Michael Kwe Jr., whose father had been member of Parliament for Dom Kwabenya on the ticket of the NPP again, the delegates in the Dom Kwabenya constituency said they will hand it over to Michael Kwe Jr. to lead the charge of the NPP. But Elikli Makrugu had been forcing her way through. She clawed in some votes, considerable level of votes really, in 2020, which many analysts say should have served as warning signals to the NPP that some level of work was being done in that constituency by the NDC, and the lack of the presence of Sarah Ajwasafu in the constituency with respect to what should happen going forward, many say as well contributed to what we're seeing now, this difficulty by Michael Kwe Jr. to be able to retain that seat, which has been theirs traditionally and comfortably. It looks like progress has been made. Everything is being rounded up now, because we see that the agents of the NPP are up on their feet. They've got their Form 1C as well, which is the collation sheet. And it looks like there's still no clear winner just as yet at this particular point in time. We'll try and get a few words from a number of the individuals present and accounted for. Michael Quay Jr. will be, of course, of great interest to us, even as he continues to tabulate and scribble on a jotter, along with words from Peter McMahon and Michael Quay Jr. But some progress has been made here now finally with respect to what should be happening following the earlier misunderstanding as to the way forward. But the masked men who were engaged in some arguments, the one on the part of the NPP appears to be in a tete-a-tete of some sort with Dr. Sribo Kweku. But it looks like progress has been made, but it is not progress which will lead to a declaration for any of the candidates. There's one outstanding polling station with over 600 voters, which can considerably affect the outcome of the poll, because in parliamentary contests, it's first past the poll. Somebody can win by just 2, 1, 6, you name it what. In 2020, in Sine West, there was 16 votes difference, which handed out the seats to the NDC. And so it's first past the poll. And so when you consider that 600 plus registered voters are in that final constituency and it can overturn the election results, then the Electoral Commission will be expected to rerun. That's the indication we get from Dr. Rashid Tanko Computer from that IPAC meeting. He says they were from this morning before they all moved here. And so that is what is expected. We are waiting to see what will happen. The husband of Eli Klim is forcefully making some arguments as well with respect to the tallying of votes.
So that's what's happening at the Electoral Commission. What you're saying there, Dr. Sribo Kweko and other EC officials at this Greater Accra Regional Office of the Electoral Commission. And we're talking about the Dom Kwabenya constituency. In this election, they are the biggest constituency in terms of registered voters. They had the highest number of registered voters if you do the Electoral Commission based on the data that they gave to us. And from what we understand now, there's in fact, yes, the results so declared with the 2 out of the 3 outstanding polling stations added. Michael Quay Jr., 50,567, and Faustina Elikuli Makurugu, 50,732. There's a difference of 165 now. The outstanding polling station has 681 registered voters. Let's go to the EC now.
By the commission, that from Domikomenya, the report from the returning officers was that they have concluded collating 367 polling station results. They were left with 3 of the results. And the 3 of the results were brought later. And the commission rejected one of it outright on the sense that it was declared on a wrong statement of poll, because they use training sheet, which is not the one that they should use. So the commission has rejected one. So we tried to come and add the 2 and see what happens. So when we added the 2 based on their statistics, the difference between the 2 candidates is now 165. Then the one that was rejected, the total number of voters was 669, meaning that if you give that number to the second person, he will overtake the first person. So it means that you have to go and rerun election at that polling station. So that's the decision.
What's the name of the polling center, please?
I don't have it offhand. I can't tell you.
How soon is the commission going to take a decision? The name again?
Akokobi Women's Development Center 2.
So we are sending our report to the commission. Then the commission will take a decision on when it should be done. But you are sure that it will be done before they are inaugurated? Yes.
You are sure all these things are not working against your timelines?
I'm saying that you are sure that that will be done before the inauguration.
Thank you. So that's Dr. Shobo Kweku, Director of Elections for the NPP, Evans Simako. Let's get a few words from him.
Yes, I think that we behaved in a mature manner as parties. We had an IPAC conversation. The youth informed us that there are 3 polling stations outstanding. We've looked at it. What tells us now is that there's the need to rerun in 1 polling station. We are going to go back and talk to our base. This is an election the New Patriotic Party has shown a lot of maturity. We've really taken on board all those unnecessary confrontations from our opponents, but it's in the good of Ghana. The message from the candidate, Dr. Baumia, was that before, during, and after the election, there must be peace in Ghana. And it is what the New Patriotic Party is exhibiting. What we've gone through. Strangely, we had not been given the Form 1C, which is the collation sheet. Our colleagues had them. Thank God today we've gotten copy. We are going to look at each one of them from 1 polling station to the other. Mind you, there are 370 polling stations. And so we are going to look at each one of them as they are represented on the collation sheet. And we'll come back. So this is a process that is still ongoing. It's also clear to everybody that what may have occurred as a constituency was not right. So we'll go through.
You said you guys had a Form 1C of them. Why is it that they had it and you couldn't get it?
I think that the EC should be in the position to answer. You need to find out from the returning officer why they were able to give copy to the NDC, but will not give us copy. In fact,
you were not present. You were not present there.
We were here because we were not given information as to the collation that was supposed to go on. So we were not there. But we met here for a continuous collation. The EC we work with, the returning officer, and the DEO didn't mention anything of Form 1C, but it's in the good of it. The New Patriotic Party is going to go back to the constituency. We'll work out with our people. We know that the good people of Domiko Abenya will give our candidate, Michael Aaron Jr., the vote that he would need to go to Parliament to represent them very well in the 9th Parliament.
So do you want a rerun of the elections at that particular polling station?
The decision from the commission is that there's going to be a rerun in that polling station, and that's what we are going to do.
Are we going to see active campaigning from the NPP?
Everybody who is supposed to be on the register, the New Patriotic Party is going to reach out to them.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's Evans Nimako as well, seeking to suggest that they believe some level of irregularity. Let's speak to Dr. Rashid Tanko Computer as well. Doc, talk to us. What you said is what has happened. The expectation is that there will be a rerun of some sort. Are you satisfied with the process thus far, and how is the party preparing for that rerun in that polling station?
Well, let me make it very clear. We have not reached any final conclusion on this yet, because they themselves, they have problem with their additions. The additions they came out with, it's not a true reflection of what happened. You remember when they did the declaration on the D-Day, interestingly enough, they had soft copies of the results of the 3 polling stations. And they declared Madam Akrugu by 51,000 plus. And Makukwe had 50,000. So there was a difference of 1,154. Very huge difference. So today, if you are having problem with 1 polling station, that 1 polling station should be taken out. And that 1 polling station total votes are 689. So when you take out 689 from 1,157, your guess is as good as. It's a simple arithmetic. You see the problem I have with this commission. They always have a problem with arithmetic. That's their problem. So they said they were relying on a laptop to do a calculation. Do we do electronic calculation in Ghana? Our results are manual. We go by the pink sheets and we go by the collation form. The collation form is what is known as the Form 1C. Then the summary sheet is the Form 1D. So we have taken the Form 1C. We'll do the calculation for them and bring it back. These people are
so what, your votes have been reduced?
Completely. We completely disagree with it because on the face of it, they themselves know that when you declared her, she was leading with about 1,154. So if you are expanding one, and the one total votes is 689, this one is a primary school mathematics. It's not algebra. So it's not logarithm.
You feel that the 165 is a decrease in your calculation?
Of course, they have problem with arithmetic. We are going to do the calculation and bring it back. We told them they should hold their horses. We are doing the calculation ourselves. Our opponents also pick one. They should also go and enter. We'll go and enter. Simple Excel sheet, and we'll get it.
Does it mean that the NDC is not going to campaign?
There's no rerun. She has won.
The EC just told us. That there's going to be a rerun.
I am saying that they have a problem with their arithmetic. It's their own document. You remember when we did registration, they were doing wrong calculations. Coral draw people. I'm not surprised they've used Coral draw. No, I'm saying we have won the election.
So that means you're not going to campaign back at Abokobi station?
Campaign, you are talking. I say we have won the election. You are talking. The document will show. Let's come back. We are coming back with it. We'll go and sit down, do the arithmetic for them.
Dr. Tanko, you told us that you have to go and do the recalculation from the C1 form you got from the EC.
Yes.
And then that will inform your decision. You haven't done the calculation yet. But you said
I am saying that per the calculation they did on the D-Day and what they've written on their own summary sheet, it's 51,000 for Madame Akrugu. The gentleman got 50,000. It's there. It's on the distance. And we are saying remove one polling station from it, and it's a problem to them.
and then it arrives at the figure the EC announced today. What will you tell the public that you
I am saying that we are going to look at it.
Well, so there you have it. That's Dr. Rashid Tanko computer there. So the Electoral Commission, the communication from Dr. Sribo Kweko earlier is that they have decided to rerun the elections in the Abokobi Women's Development Center 2. That's a polling station in the Dom Kwabena constituency that has some 669 registered voters there. And he says that if there has to be a rerun, which they've decided, it will be before the inauguration of the 9th Parliament. Which is on the dawn of January 7. But then again, they've decided to do this because if you look at the difference between Aaron Maikokwe and Faustina Akurugu, there's just about 165. And so the 669 registered voters in this Abokobi Women's Development Center 2 would make a difference if it is added either ways. And so we have the Dom Kwabena constituency. This is actually the biggest constituency that went into this election with some 370 polling stations. That's 370 polling stations, 182,644 registered voters. So that's the decision now.
Yes, let me...
You oppose it?
Yes, I don't know why, first of all, my party is participating in this. Because results have been declared.
Yes.
And let me quote Justice Ansah, Julius Ansah. He recently retired from the Supreme Court. In ex parte, Dr. Sari, he said this: the decision in ex parte, Alhaji Collins Dauda, Supra, is the effect that in a parliamentary election, where the electoral processes have been substantively carried out, up to the point where a candidate has been declared elected, that is, up to the process in Regulation 41, Sub-Regulation 1C of CI 15, which was enforced then, the election is complete, and an election petition can be brought to challenge the validity of the election. Do you know what this means?
Tell me.
They have varied the terms of PNDC Law 284, 1992, which says that you must wait for Gazette notification before you proceed to court. This Supreme Court pronouncement is saying that once results are declared and you are aggrieved, just file your petition. Don't wait for Gazette notification. Now, it's implied from expert Alhaji Collins Dauda, Supra, that the subsequent processes, namely the endorsement of the writ and its transmission to the Electoral Commission, as well as the publication in the Gazette and notification to the Clerk of Parliament, that is processes in Regulation 41(1)(d) and E and Regulation 41(2)(a) and B of CI 15 are not necessary for the election to be complete. It can also be inferred from ex parte Alhaji Collins Dauda Supra that in a parliamentary election, the electoral process is up to the point that a candidate is declared elected by the Electoral Commission go to the substance of the election, whereas the subsequent processes after such declaration are for purposes of record and public notification, and do not affect the substance of the election. This inference is given credence by CI 15 itself. For instance, CI 15 prescribed that publication through some other mass communication media may be substituted for Gazette publication. So this is the authority.
I see.
And this is not per inquiry. This is a holding per answer GSE. So he says that all the other publications, they are all administrative. Even though statutory required, they are administrative. They do not go to invalidate the pronouncement at the collation center of an elected candidate. Right. Any other subsequent process, in terms of being aggrieved, it has to be before the High Court.
Right. No, I see. I think that's also captured in the section 9.
Yeah, but finally, how does the incompetence of an EC officer affect the candidate? So how should that be?
Because Dr. Sibokweko was clear that the EC official recorded this polling station.
It should not be permitted. So what is the punishment? Yes. Especially under Regulation 42 of CI 127. He's supposed to be punished. Yeah. You understand?
Not the candidate.
No. You see, the Regulation 42 is very specific that where the regulation prescribes a thing to be done in a certain manner and you fail to do it, you are liable upon summary conviction to a fine or imprisonment or to both.
Okay.
So EC officers who conduct themselves in such a way that it amounts to a breach of the regulation ought to be punished.
But I was surprised. See, I was expecting Sibokweko to have been clear on this. How does the incompetence of your own staff undermine the expression of the sovereign will of the people?
Thank you.
Are you saying, is he insinuating that the results were falsified or were written on those training sheets by the NDC? If it's your own official,
can the figures be regularized?
Okay. So if
on Form 8,
if it is your own official who did that, then take it and then just
transpose it into the regular prescribed
because of that must subvert the expression of the popular will of the people in that area. It's absolutely unacceptable. It tells me that you need a certain fundamental appreciation of the will of the people to be able to occupy some.
In any case, we want that police station.
Yes, but let me ask I disagree with the rejection. With the rejection,
and let me add that.
Purely based on the fact that
the presidential election, didn't they write it on paper?
Yes.
Okay.
The when they were declaring the presidential outcome in the election, didn't they write it on a piece of paper?
So if you have deliberately been incompetent, must that undermine the expression of the will of people?
And let me add this point. So rightly, Prof, the points both of you have made. In the Ekufuado and Baumia versus John Mahama, that was the decision of the Supreme Court. So failure to even sign the pink sheets did not nullify. The Supreme Court said, look, once the will of the people is expressed, the figures are...
Right. Thank you very much. And to you as well, Honorable Andy Apiakobi, thank you so much for coming. Lawyer Martin Pebo, thank you also to you. Nelson Rossen, thank you very much. Professor Ransford Jampo, thank you. Happy New Year to you all and to our viewers as well. Thank you very much and Happy New Year. We're back.
My people, are you ready to party? Get